Alrighty, here we go, folks. Here we are. We are here for another day of Hydroneer 0.0.5. 0.6 is in the works, being tested as we are watching and speaking. So, to let folks know, I am in the process of building 15 gravity funnels for T1s and T2 drills. We already have the piping done up for the T2 drills, which is a little time consuming, but it's a pattern and you can repeat it and it works very well. Once we get the glass work of the last 3 funnels on this side, we'll then continue work on the other 5 funnels and clearing the dirt for said funnels. We don't use the vehicles at the moment because they're not that great, so I use a lot of carts. See a cart right there, see another cart right there. Now there is a window update. Monkey Nuts, how's it going, man? Hopefully things are good and well for you, man. There is a Windows update coming at some point, so hopefully that'll help with some of the window lag, maybe induce more, I don't know. But no mods, no creative mode. There's screenshot ladder / stairs, and these funnels will go to basically the game heights. So obviously once I stop seeing windows, the FPS does good, about 60. We do have it capped at 60 because there really isn't reason to go higher. Grizz, how's it going, man? Holy crap, back to you, dude. Yeah, it's been about 5 days. I had some sort of, I don't know, blockage or whatever in the left side of the brain. Every time I coughed, it hurt. So I'm like, I don't have insurance, so just take things nice and chill and just relax. And I can cough and minimal throb, so good. So it's just one of those, again, do what works and take care of things and get rest, fluids, get back, chill, get bored, you know, same shit. Same old shit, different day. So yeah, we've got a bit of dirt to clear out here at some point so we can get the other 5 funnels set up and going. So we'll get down here and let folks see what we have for our sorting area. We do upload our Twitch VODs to YouTube, so some folks have been enjoying the VODs over there, so it's nice, yeah. And I hope you're doing better. So far. We'll see how the stream goes pretty much. But got done watching some high-powered rocketry from EJSA, and cool stuff. I love the rockets. My dad and I used to do the Estes model rockets back in the day. We have a nice field behind our house and good for low altitude steps, you know, some fun. Like Saturn V type fun, you know. I did try a 3-stage D12-0 rocket just to see if the boosters would, all 3 D12-0s would go, and I didn't beef up the stages in between, and the second stage hit, it just kind of did a lot of circles. My friends liked it, they said it was pretty cool watching it, but not what it was supposed to do. So I know Rocket Science 101, but that's about it. I have had 2-stage rockets go maybe 1,000 feet or something, so I know it can work. It's just I was trying something that STs normally doesn't recommend. So for those that don't know, you can repair filters using this kind of setup. Could kind of flip this around, but they are logic flip hooks. Don't really have one unlocked, so I can just pull it off and show you. Don't have any extras. That's a diode, okay. But anyway, all the funnels will go down into a conveyor belt area, and it'll then feed the dirt into our processing area. Sorry, T2 harvester, and then of course the processing area and everything. So obviously, as they say, no further ado, but not. Turn on your master water. Some folks have had their master water switch really far away, and they're running into issues with that. Get your stuff a little closer. You know, I mean, we're literally as far into the bedrock as we can legitly go without losing the pipes. So harvester, conveyor belts, T2s, T1s, no logic needed. It just works. It's nice and simple. These windows are going to be the bottom of the next 5 funnels, those that don't know. So harvester is going. Now there is a water pausing glitch, and that is fixed in the 0.6 update, or patch more so. I think updates are, I don't want to say 0.1s, but basically there's a 2.0.6 patch in the works right now. Check out the welcome channel in Hydroneer's Discord if you want to join in on some of that, I guess you could say 0.0.6 update patch stuff. Beta, not really beta testing, but public test branch is what he calls it. Now we do have a timer, in a sense, on the gem compressor. I would say compactor, but compressor. Every 50 gems that pass through, if there's water, it will compress some gems. So yeah, we have all 4 gems in here, and we have done jack shit with the onyx. Don't use the onyx in jewelry just yet. It needs to be reworked, you know. Play the new update at all? Not yet. There's a lot of work that has to be done in the 0.6 patch. I'm tempted to, let's turn on the T2s here so you can see some action going. And instantly resources, because the dirt is being gravity fed through the window funnels, and works. Simple. In other words, there's a couple little updates that are needed for the 0.6 patch to kind of, you know, you do one thing and 4 or 5 other things kind of, you know, stop doing what they're supposed to. Like the trucks will go for a little bit, and then the front end basically sinks into the ground, so that sucks. But that's why they're doing testing on it to make sure. Yeah, looks like the truck broke a little bit exactly. There's a compressor going off at 50, and when the number is higher than what's on the keypad over here, once this reader is higher than what's on the keypad, basically there's a T here, and take that out. It's A is greater than what B equals. That makes sense to you. Because if basically if the reader is bigger than what the number pad is, it will basically reset. Checking the pin posts in the help channel. And instead of the smelter, put the gem compressor, and you're good to go. As you can see, we have a gem polisher which cuts the gems, and basically the gem compressor compresses cut gems. It's hard to write a book for a description of what something is, so he tries to shorten it up pretty good. It's just it seems to be a little too short at times for people, and the Discord's for. I mean, they're quite regularly helping folks out. I mean, hoping to calm people's tits because they don't like being told what to do or something for some reason. We're there to help, not criticize. So we have a lot of piping for the T2s, and basically like Hybrid Steel mentioned with the T1s, they had a little bit of insider information, but it's also common sense. When the T1s, we have 42 of them set up here. Since the T1s have an iron input, basically when the 0.6 patch comes out live, basically the T1s are going to receive more pressure than what they're designed for. Right now they're receiving full pressure and they're not supposed to. They're only supposed to go up to 180% of pressure. So you're basically, like Hybrid Steel called it, on every single one of these T1s you're going to get the steam effect and you're going to get a hissing sound. Personally, I basically just went into audio, water pipe sounds, and I just turned them down some, to 0.3. So we'll hear some of it, but not crazy. Plus I also have the graphics turned down because we kind of need as many FPS as possible. That. I have to rearrange the pipe working here for a little bit. First, these are for the T1s. And we've been trying to realign all the T1s. Now basically, if you redo your T1 lines to iron, you will not get that hissing sounds. I'm cool with it. You turn the graphics down, you don't see the steam anyway. Turn the water sounds down, you won't hear it. Sweet. The advantage is every single one of those drills are going to be at 180% pressure without having a pressure tank to take you to 180, which would be the max of basically an iron inlet with calcium boosters. I believe that'd be right. No, actually, it'd probably be iron boosters because they're 20 a piece and you get 4 on there. Would think you could put the calcium ones on the iron, but you'd be over 180 psi for iron, and you would get the hiss anywhere anyway. So that. Now, push comes to shove, we have to redo a save because there's been work going on with the rake to make it a little bit different. Slightly work a little bit better, but keep in mind the rake is not a digging tool. It's there to flatten ground out. It's not really designed to add more dirt or dig down really fast. It's a rake. You don't dig with a rake in real life, no. So why would you dig with a rake in a game? That's why the rake does what it does. But trying to get the rake to work a little bit better is always nice. Rake stuff, I use the rake on here at the bottom of tier 2. The rake will do tier 3 stuff. But also the dirt in 0.6 is going to look a lot different. More pronounced in color. T3 looks really, really dark and really looks like bottom dirt. So, you know, things take time. It does. Also, the dirt clumps, or dirt chunks, you know, that come from the machines, they're going to look different when they're coming out of T1s or T2s, and probably T3s in the 2.2 update. That. We didn't really tap out the gold for that other day. Okay. See if we can do that. It had been running too long. Don't superly need the saw right there. Kind of forget to dip out everything before the save, so unless I had already did 5 million, I doubt we made that already, so put another one there. Going through standard system checks that I do and go from there. 4.2 million sounds good. And obviously at some point we're going to run out of some room, but fine. As the Cloutium, yeah. 6,200 weight, that's not bad. Alright, we have 23,680. We need 21,000. That's good. We need 21,000 per funnel, basically. That's what these are, 21,600 weight for 72 T2s. Now the other thing too, before the 0.6 update comes, make sure you get all the Cloutium you can, because if you have machines that are above the ground, above the dirt, you have them above the dirt, you're not going to get Cloutium from those machines. So if you have machines above ground and you haven't gone below yet, all the Cloutium you can before the 0.6 update. But my guess is, at the moment, if you're wanting to use the rake correctly and how it's supposed to do stuff and whatnot, you may have to start a new save. Some are going to like that, but keep in mind this is a brand new game technically, because it was rewritten for 2.0.0, and there's going to be times where you may have to just do a new save. Coincidentally, it's kind of like, well then, why do you keep working on the stuffs? Because it's something to do until a lot more stuff comes out down the road. Alright, so at 6,000 we basically need 4,000 out of that. Because there was 17,000 from the other bar. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I figured 6,000, cut that in half, each one to be 3, then cut the 3, that'd be 1,500, so, you know. 22,130. Need 21,600? Sounds good enough to me. So now basically, left that in there. It was a lot easier than kind of dicking with the crucible and the mold and everything, so why not? There we go. 22,130. Now the other bar here is 21,868, so we can have it all in one big ass bar and work just fine. But also knowing without having to do a ton of math, relatively, we can just look and say, oh, we have 10 funnels of T2s worth of Cloutium. Oh, we have 6 funnels worth. Much easier than, you know, get something and it's like, oh, it's 10 funnels, 216,000 weight, you know, take it times 10, 21,600. It's not bad, but this kind of lets us know exactly how many funnels worth of T2s of Cloutium they have. And the Charity bar, 34,000 weight on that at the moment, but we do have one that's a hell of a lot bigger. Good. I do use controllers, so things will be a little crazy. Almost 750,000 weight just in the card. I had separated them basically just so I didn't lose a whole bunch. So hell of a lot of shard bar. You could probably, after a while, just destroy the shard bars or shards. You know, that's our mass of everything. Should be able to do that. Yeah, if we need money, we have 65 million coin. Almost 5 million weight of items, but shard bar stuff can't be sold, so that's 0, so 4.2 million weight, 5 million. Yeah. Good stuffs. Alright, fire up the T2s again, mainly because water running through this stuff, and we've already gone through 2 wrenches so far. You don't have to keep filling it, but basically it shows you how I do it. Go in there and walk across, drag it, you know, whatever. Grab yourself a 10 or 20 grand worth of tools and slap them in a cart and go for it. Same thing with the windows. Slap them in a cart and go for them. Really, really easy. We have 72 T2s running at the moment, and with the water bug it's working quite well and easy. Good. You'll see the lights turn off and the machines turn off when there's literally no water pressure. It does go on and off, and fortunately Max and his team were able to pinpoint exactly what was causing it. I don't know what. Mentioned. Ask them in the public test branch. Really want. But the nice thing with the drills getting back to what they're supposed to be doing, and the harvester actually taking the correct pressure and giving the correct yield. Because at the moment, I guess it doesn't make any difference if it's at 100% pressure or 370% pressure. But if you're doing builds for long time, it's best to just set it up to where the pressure tank is right behind the harvester, going right into it, and you're good to go for quite some time. Now it seems we're set to put windows up. Because we do have, let me just get down here, did set up one window there. The T1 piping, and of course this will go up to the tippy top of the sky. As high as we can go. Now, obviously, they've just set it to where we do not get cloutium from throws that are up high. It's not about how much money I can make per second, hour, whatever. It's to see how many drills can you fit basically in a claim and have all the dirt get fed by a funnel. That's what we're shooting for. So we're not concerned about how much cloutium you get, but we do need them for the T2s. And the T2s will produce their own cloutium, so we could buy more. And they're 300 cloutium per drill, and we need about 1,000 drills. Yeah. Yeah, bet. And crazy enough, we're not at the game height with being up here either. Not at all. I mean, we can still jump, you know, jump up some. We haven't met the game height. We haven't met the build height. And supposedly in the 0.6 patch, the building width of the game, try to get down here without falling off, building width should be fixed a little bit. See how we have some windows here that are basically in line with the funnels. You can place further than what you can go. That's supposed to be fixed in the 0.6 update as well. So, and basically the ends of the funnel can only go so far because we can only position ourselves so far we can build further than what we can move to, but it's kind of pointless, especially if you have to get somewhere and place dirt or get close enough to do something. So at times placing things further than what you're able to doesn't really help much. Yeah. So we can place far away here, but you get to a certain point, it only lets you place so far. So that. Now, for numbers' sake, there's, for the T1 drills per funnel, there's just 16 rows of them. Let me get on the side here. For just 16 rows, which takes us kind of top of where our funnel ends are at the moment. And by rows, I mean there's one row, there's a second, obviously. It was over 2,000 T1 drills per funnel, times 15 funnels. It was 30,000 some T1 drills. I think the game will crash if I turn them all on. People have gotten to the 1,000 or maybe a couple thousand mark already. That wasn't too bad. But nowhere in the tens of thousands yet. Mainly because a lot of things aren't really super up to par for optimizing and having the drills work, and how the dirt goes through the conveyor belt and how your resources go through the conveyor belt has been redone. More linear instead of grouped, as you can see. So that'll make things a little bit smoother, per se. When a bunch of dirt goes into a harvester, see, like right there, if it pauses, things are still kind of going. Not only enough that the harvester was still going, but the belt stopped. That was kind of weird. But onto building. I don't know if we have a cart full of windows or not. Ew, okay. That's just all hole in the ground. Do have angled windows. We pretty much set all the angled windows to a certain height as is. For now, I'm just kind of building to this height. So more things get a little bit more optimized, and so far it's doing okay. Windows. Pretty much gets things situated just right. It tends to work out decent. Now, you can scroll with your mouse wheel, but as soon as you tag, like, say, something in the way, or a pipe, it will draw a little bit closer. So you can have it, say, set up like this to where if nothing's in the way, you'll get to that. But if I touch the pipe, it's basically bringing it real close to me. So that's what a lot of people are having, say, trouble getting used to, is the game doesn't know where you want to place something. It just knows the draw distance that you're wanting to do stuff with. And that's with the mouse scroll wheel. Folks have suggested with, say, the rear bumper buttons on the controller, adjust draw distance with that. That'd be great. That'd be nice. there's no way to adjust draw distance on the controller at the moment. And kind of thinking there isn't really a per se hotkey to, not really a hotkey, but a setting to change, you know, to remap it basically. So there's that. Yeah, I mean there's. Oh, and toggle for crouch and sprint. That's really nice. Finally have a toggle for crouch and sprints. And pickaxe. You're using the pickaxe. I know we have it sometimes around here. There's one. T1, but it's still a pickaxe. Now I can hold down the button. Trying to get it positioned. I can hold down the button. Do it that way. See it better. So I can hold it down and it doesn't continue. Pickaxe is going to keep going as long as you're holding down the button. So we have tier 1 pickaxe and tier 2 dirt, just so we aren't losing any dirt for some odd reasons. But T1, yeah. So instead of continuously pressing the button over and over and over and over, you can basically just hold the button down and it'll keep picking for you. That's very nice. Very, very handy. The construction hammer is going to be the same, where if you hold it down it can continue to lock things, but we're trying to get them to figure out how to keep it locking things and not unlock them, which can be very, very handy. See that to be a pain in the butt. See if we can walk on here. I haven't put windows up with a bunch of pipes around it just yet, so I'm just kind of feeling to see how it goes. But if they can work out that the hammer knows that while you're holding the button down to lock things or unlock things, that it knows what the previous state of said item was while you're holding the button down on the construction hammer. That would be really, really helpful, and it is working well for the fact of locking while going through different pieces. But walking is a bit slow. It wants to unlock a bunch of things that you already locked. And sprinting is a little bit too fast. So the easy solution is, while holding down the button to lock items, it stays in that locking mode and only locks things that are unlocked. A lot of people do foundations, or like I do, floors, because they're thinner. They can run along and basically just start locking everything as they're going, and if something's not locked, it'll lock it. Same as if something is locked and you go down the line to unlock stuff because you want to rip it up, you'd be able to do said things. So this takes time to kind of situate the blueprint coding and to get it to work. So good suggestions are being put into play. Now obviously the farming update is a 2.1 update, and we're on 2.0.5, and the one that's being worked on right now is a 0.6. Gotta get the numbers right. So things are in the works, and things will get better. And Max personally came in the stream the other week and talked about a Windows update, or an update to the Windows here, but could make the game more laggy. But he does have my save, and I'm guessing I'm the only one with the most amount of Windows so far, so there's that. You know, try to look through, so we don't fall. Try to look through all the windows, and start to see through a lot of them. Also, windows that can go into wall sections that can have windows. You'll be able to put windows into them. Cool. I don't know if they'll have their own set of windows just for them or not. Haven't really seen the picture of that happening, but so far it's just been text. Trying to make sure I don't put a window on top of a window. But the nice thing is, if we do have to redo a save, we know how to do stuff and be able to do things a lot quicker. You know how it goes. It's not one of those, it's like, really? Gotta start over? Yeah, fuck the rake. Yeah. If the only reason I have to start over is to use the rake correctly, yeah, that's fine. Not losing out on that, you know, that much. And the nice thing is, the ends of the funnels you can use basically to run up and down and do things. Some things a little bit easier, times not. Just depends. But we're also Bitcoin mining on the 3070 as we're gaming, and it's actually letting the GPU run cooler. Fancy that. Having the GPU do more work, but stay cooler. Mainly because I underclocked the core clock. It's usually at about 1420. I usually try to keep it at 410 or 1410, but it works. In other words, it kind of floats around a little bit. But anyway, try to a little bit further out. I can move back and forth and finagle things. Basically, get up to where the next floor is, and then take the windows up there. But of course, do your furthest windows away, furthest away windows, or doing the windows furthest away first. Then of course do the ones close up to you. Seems to work out pretty well. Now with the harvester getting the correct yield from the correct pressure, you might be seeing more or less resources from said drills. Mainly because everything will have the correct pressure and resources coming out of it and everything. That'll be interesting. There we go. I was wondering if I could get it up there high enough. If you're close enough, sure. Too far away, it just won't get to it. It's fine. So it may be boring watching a lot of stuff get built, but if you have questions or wonders, ask away. Now, of course, controlling things with the mouse, moving around goes a little bit faster than doing it on a controller. Saying the mining. Gotta do it while it's streaming, but never when I'm not. Cuba's still at 1098. Okay, I'm gonna back up. Trying to do some all day trading on Shiba, mainly because the percentages that go up and down are a lot bigger than some of the other cryptos. I was able to take about a total of $10 from the Learn and Earn from Coinbase.com to put it into Coinbase Pro, and basically been using that to start a day trade with. Doing fine. I see a lot of the crypto starting to kind of go up a little bit, which is nice. We want things to go up. But basically having a million Shiba to kind of day trade with is kind of nice. The way you can kind of split it up, you know, 500,000 here. Whether it goes up or down, you still pretty much make money. But the nice thing is, it doesn't take much to get 1% on the Shiba books. Really nice. I figured that would happen. Solid jumping game after a while. But I'd say the best thing with the Learn and Earn, even though it's a few bucks, usually $3 to $4, sometimes more, just depends, is free money that you kind of get to play with. Income, it ain't free money. You owe taxes on that. No shit. But you didn't have to do anything for it other than answer some multiple choice questions. Ooh. Took like a whole minute to do for like 3 questions. Oh boy. Just 4 multiple choice answers. It's so hard. You know, if I could make $3 or $4 a minute, that'd be great. But the Learn and Earns only come around once in a while, so there's that. I also figure if you could turn some of that Learn and Earn into million Shiba after a bit, that'd be great. You have a million Shiba, which is like $10 right now. That thing hits $1. You just now got yourself $1 million. Oh yeah. Now if you basically put $100 into Shiba, you could sell 10 million at 10 cents and you get $1 million. Great. So it just all depends how you want to do stuff. obviously Shiba getting to 10 cents would be a lot better than, or easier to get to a dime than getting to $1. But it'd also be easier to get to a penny than a dime as well, so that as well, too. But if $10 gets you 1,000,000 Shiba at the moment, because basically 1,099 points at the moment. So 10 gets you 1,000,000, 100 gets you 10 million, 1,000 gets you 100 million. You turn $1,000 into million if Shiba hits a penny. Okay, that's not really a bad investment, you know. First, the cheaper that you buy it, or lower that you buy it, the more you'll get for your money. So, my philosophy or thought, which is not trading advice, but my thought, anytime it dips below 1,000, a couple bucks worth of Shiba, you know, you can slap 10 bucks into it. That's 1,000,000 Shiba. Hold that shit for, you know, 5 years or whatever, how long it takes to get Shiba to a penny, a dime, $1, whatever. You know, have 1,000,000, you sell it for 10 cents. Oh, you made 100 grand. 10 bucks. That's a damn good investment. A lotto ticket in my mind. So you didn't make millions, but you made 100 grand off of 10 bucks. That's pretty good. You know. That's just draw distance. Had it set pretty long because we're doing higher type stuffs. Yeah, we're getting it. But as for day traders, I didn't want. Okay, cart's moving along pretty nice. Basically, the easier the cart moves, the less items you have in it. Nice little test of it. Lags your game out, not your computer. Computer's fine, but worrying about your computer. Only worry about your computer when you're running, you know, 300 plus FPS on a program. Then start paying attention to your computer. Other than that, you're fine. Lower FPS doesn't mean your computer's working harder. But you slap 10 bucks into Shiba and you can, you know, sell it kind of high and then buy it lower than what you sold it for and keep day trading like that, so to speak, over and over. Good. After a while, start doubling your money. That one right there. There we go. Thank you. Some are pain in the butt, mainly because of the pipes. But I thought doing some of the piping work would be a little bit easier without having the funnel in the way. It was easier for looking at the pattern, that's for sure. Sure. But the nice thing about Coinbase is you can set limit orders where your crypto hits a certain price it will buy or sell. Do it on advanced trading through Coinbase.com or through Coinbase Pro, which is basically just trading there anyway. Either way you do it, your fees are 0.4 to 0.6% per trade, up to $10,000. After that, it gets lower. So technically the more you trade, the lower the fee. That's pretty nice. Not super greedy. And at least on Coinbase Pro, every time I cancel an order, I've been getting my crypto back so I can do whatever I need to with it. Set it at a different price, whatever. Ran into it on advanced trading on Coinbase.com where it didn't give me the Bitcoin back when I canceled the order to sell it at a certain number. Bitcoin got lower and I needed the money, so I wanted to cancel the order and set it at a lower price so I can get the money from it, from the mining profits. Like this side window took a lot less time, but it also didn't do an extra row either. Fine. Have the stairs over there. Yeah. Could just do all the ones down here first, one level at a time. Or stairs going through everything. Yeah, there's stairs. Now being I'm moving around decently with the windows means I have a lot left. Alright. And we don't have going across here. Okay. Next row. Get a certain distance up from one floor to another, you can just come down here and basically grab it. Now I'm guessing that we didn't put a floor across other than that one. Dang old Piper's on there. Alright, so draw distance out better. Position a little bit better. You can actually walk across it with the toes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So not really built up to this level. Wow. Crazy. We'll have the floor up here. Alright. We're set. Just at times placing windows basically near floors at draw distance doesn't really know where you want to put stuffs. That. Double, nope, didn't double stack that. Quite a lot, wow. So, they're just literally on the wrong floor. Okay, we were on the right one before. Bummer. Gotcha. Never mind. We're good. Floor too high. I thought I wasn't on the correct floor before, but I was. depending on what you're building, if iron's lining up, but you're in the right square, just rotate it. If you're not concerned how things are orientated. Even starting those. Basically just build up to the next floor, and times depending on draw distance is easy to get up to the floor, but times not so. Because it depends what you're placing as well. When you can start seeing through your bunch of windows, you're down to your last few, basically. About maybe 5 or 6. Getting there. Usually have to make 2, maybe 3 trips of windows, depending on how many windows I get per trip. Now, I always have an FPS counter running, or if you're not really looking at a bunch of stuff, you know, like doesn't have anything to render, and you're normally in the 60 FPS and you're down in the 30s, go check your stuff that's running for any clogs, because it could happen. It has. That's why basically I took the cable and put it around this way so we can literally get in here and look. Oh. Emerald clogging up there. Terrible, it's just, I see that it was supposed to compress right there, but it did not, because the water pressure also stopped as well. That. Yeah, the water paused and I was trying to actually press the button to get the machine to work. Higher belt pressure will not let the gems kind of get stuck before going into the gem compressor. It's not about however many machines you have running for the water pausing effect. It's how many pipes you have water going through. That's what it really comes down to. To confirm this on the last stream, and basically disconnected the pipes going to machines and just basically let more pipes have water run through them, and the starting and stopping of the conveyor belt and the harvester became worse. So yeah, it's not how many machines, not lag from the machines, it's just the water, period. So it doesn't matter if you're able to use like a dev inlet pipe and just get water to spawn from anywhere, unless kind of basically put a dev pipe on every machine. Yeah, you know, but it'd be pretty hard to turn them all off. You know, so there's that, and plus you can have filtered water, so all your machines will start getting damaged because each one has an inlet pipe. So trying to side skirt the issue, temporary, sure, but on bigger claims like this one, where the water is in the ocean in a sense, it's hard to just, like give each row of drills their own set of filtered water so the pipe isn't that long. Once you start making your build big enough, it doesn't matter how many inlet pipes, and frankly you'd be using more pipes than if you just had everything connected to just one. So there's that. So basically the end result is it just needed fixed. Was working fine a couple updates ago, or patches, and at some point in 0.4, 0.5 it just stopped. It stopped doing what it was supposed to be doing, and it started getting the glitch. That. Curious on the time, how long we've been going, and I guess it's after the hour. But how like some people would just stream for an hour, and I'm like, a really short stream. Getting going an hour. It all kind of depends on how you're wanting to do stuff. I can understand if you're doing how-tos, that makes sense. No one needs a 12-hour on how to do something. And we're out of windows. Told you. Have that many windows left. Now we're gonna try to go to the store, and we'll try to keep an eye on our FPS and see how that goes. Crazy thing is, just looking towards here basically slows us down. So good, and a little bit slower. Good, slower. Good, slow. Be interesting. Last time we went to get more pipes, the FPS was getting lower and lower and lower, and we weren't facing flame or anything. So stuff was backing up right before the belts for the gem polisher, gem grinder. We'll look at the absolute name just to... Fair Nation. Gem polisher hook. Polisher. Hooks on a conveyor belts, polishes gems that pass through. Your splitter conveyors, you're going to have lefts and rights for 30 FPS there. Back to 55, 60. Straight conveyors, basically there's going to be a merger type conveyor that can help offload or load things onto other belts. Excuse me. Kind of wondering. There's a spot that I had here. Trying to remember where the spot was. There, okay. A bit of an angle, but main thing is just being able to place them in one spot very quickly. I don't mind if they go all over the place, it's just I want to place them in there nice and fast. Too fast. In other words, if they don't have much time to fall, they'll do a little bit better. And if you do get nice clogs or whatever at your base plane, make sure, I mean, we could even put, say, a shutoff valve up at the top, because that's where the water's at. It's just when you get really close to, say, the clog, your FPS can go way down because it's now trying to register all those items. Big clog, so to speak. We'd had that before, and it was a long slideshow. No FPS for quite some time. Able to shut the water off to the drill so they stopped producing. And we had a clog right before the belts that stopped for the gem compressor. And basically I turned the valve back on for the belts. The valve had not turned back on for some reason. And basically all the uncut gems piled up right before the gem cutter. Now, probably should have just cleared all raw resources and it would have solved it real fast. Basically, trying to turn the belt back on, it super stalled the game out. At least 10 minutes worth, and it's like, okay, this is not coming back anytime soon. So I just Alt F4'd it, started the game back up, and basically put us right by turning the valve back on. Like, I'm just going to clear all raw resources right now, because if there's that many that's going to pause the game for 10 minutes and not give me any frames, there's a hell of a lot of gems there. And if I tag it with a magnet, it'll do the same thing. If I try to pick one gem out at a time, try to place it somewhere, that's going to take forever. It'll take a lot longer than basically hitting escape and clear all raw resources and clear it out and you're good. Yeah. That only takes a mere moment versus trying to pick each gem up and place it somewhere. So we're just gonna try to get a lot. Get about 300-400 in the cart and you could still move in single digit FPS. You get about 500, you're low single FPS. Doesn't take long to get about 500 of them. But so far this position works pretty good. Basically standing on the wood roof peak and then you're walking up basically the handle of the cart. If you walk up the handles of the cart, it's kind of like a ramp. That. Now, if the physics were to impact while you're loading things up, that'd be great, because you'd know when you put too much in. Or don't have the physics happen at all when it's in a cart or a truck. Go, you're a super happy camper. So we'll grab that and wait. That's a lot of items. Oh yeah. I have done more than 500. I'm gonna move back just a little bit. That's 1 FPS, man. Trying to let go of it. For FPS to come back. There we go. Okay, 2,900 coin worth. It's only 4 coin per window. 400 would be 1,600. 2,000 would be 500. Yeah, 500 would be 2,000 coin. So another 100 would be 2,400. Okay, so we have 700 windows. That'd be 2,800. Okay, that's gonna be a slow trip. I think we've done 700 of them before. Basically, I'm just trying to grab it to where I can get out here a little bit. Let go of it. Hey. Damn. And basically get in the line to do stuff. So now I want to look away from the claim. Hit 50s, it's not too bad. Check something. There we go, moving all of them. Like I said, take a chance and leave everything running. See how that works. Here's an extra cart so we don't have to hold the left joystick down to sprint. Having a toggle on running, crouching, very nice. We're also trying to get it to, if you're crouching and you press jump, that you come out of the crouching. Trying to at least. That would be nice. So far so good. Everything turned back on and doing what it's supposed to. Now, just in case, while we're doing it super slow FPS, things don't crazy on us. And what I was saying about a valve is, you know, we can put a valve like right there or something, or right here. All you have to do is just run up and hit the valve, you know. Here goes the sun. Used to be too, if you had low FPS and you hit the bed, it would not catch the time that it was supposed to stop. So that was interesting. We can pick up another valve and just slap it up top as another emergency valve. I don't want to film. 55, sheesh. Expensive valve. Yeah, place a valve into the cart nicely. That everything else like that, great. Damn. quality of life, ease of access type stuffs. Good. 700 windows now. I'd rather make one decently slow trip than several trips a little bit faster. But that's just me. And of course we get down to around 30 FPS just seeing the claim, let alone anything running. But we're at 1 FPS, so it doesn't matter much. But it's still having to render in everything at the claim. Just going straight and not turning is about as slow as going straight and turning, not looking at the claim. Truck's a bouncing. He's just stuck in the air almost. Now if you stop, sometimes the FPS will hang back up for you a little bit. Enough to let you move around any faster, but at least lets you move your camera. Kind of see where you're go. Want to move forward too much. And that'd be too much. The best way to turn is basically drop everything, turn yourself about, go the direction you need to, and pick your cart back up again. Short. So they're probably a little bit close. Basically waiting for everything to drop. Ah, we forgot the elf. And now we can turn everything back on, basically. Set it right there. Pretty easy to get to, and then run up and have that on. Yeah. Alright, T2 that is. Barely 10 seconds in, 10 seconds in, it's already pausing. That's nice. But even nicer knowing that it's gone and hatched out. Pretty nice. And when you have a bunch of items in the cart, you want to try to move it as little as possible. So hopefully you guys have had a good week so far. How's it going, Easy Game? They've been going for you, man. So appreciate the chit chat from yesterday. That was very nice. Going all right? Good, good. Turn up on our 8th funnel here. Getting there. Jay and his buddies were able to do some more rocket filming today. Quite a good number of flights today. I watched the last couple hours because it was live. Nice to get on the live action stuff. So, I was just wondering if I'd put the windows up too early. Well, that'll work. But yeah. They had a, I want to say a liquid engine, but it's really liquid, but I want to say solid propellant, but there was, I think it may have been actually a two-stage rocket where a solid booster and then liquid after, hybrid rocket if you will, or something like that. But team had a lot of sponsors. I filled up the whole back of a t-shirt, sponsors. They were putting nitrous oxide into the engine to give it a little more boost, if you will. That thing roared up into the sky. It was crazy. And it was up there for quite some time, too. They had a little bit of cloud cover, not with rain, but standard just clouds, and some of them were going up to 30,000 feet. Some that were just going up to 10,000 feet actually disappeared into the clouds, and you could see the parachute coming out through the cloud, and EJ's like, that's a 10,000 foot rocket. That's just letting you know pretty much where the clouds are. Crazy. And some of the larger rockets, they would get lower to the ground, and then they would deploy a bigger parachute. If you deployed too big of a parachute at 10,000 feet, you'll be in the next state. Good luck getting that back. You'll be driving for a couple hours. So they basically have a drag chute act as a streamer, but not really a streamer. Then, I don't know, say 1,000 feet or something, the altimeter pops out another chute that's much bigger. Oh, that's a double. And slows it down correctly, which is really cool. There was one team, I went to the ESRB YouTube site because Das, he was also filming it. Das works with NASA, if I remember right. And on his Twitch, he had linked the YouTube site of ESRB, Extreme Sounding Rocket Program, I guess. And you're able to hear the announcer a lot better on the YouTube channel. Plus, their camera, they had a camera right near where the rockets lifted off. That was nice. What I'm trying to do is... Oh shit, that's there. What I want to try to do is grab that, but not fall either. Not do that, yeah. Okay. But some of them rockets, they boot and scoot. Or you can see them go up, and then basically the propulsion smoke kind of stops, and it's just kind of like Okay, it's still going. It just has that much thrust and energy to just literally keep going. Quite insane. I mean, most of the time when the majority of us are doing rockets, they'll go up, and then, you know, it doesn't have as much thrust as some of these rockets are giving. The one team, their goal is to go up faster than they come down. That was their goal. That's all their rocket was supposed to do. Go up faster than it comes down. That's it. If we achieve that, we get a good score. Pretty simple and basic. But the one that had all the sponsors and shit, it said basically their goal is to monitor the vibrations during the whole flight of the engine and first come down safely. So not real high expectations, but at the end of the little interview that they had with the team, they said, yeah, you know, if we could like maybe get a shout out for our sponsors or something. And he started ratting them off, and then basically the camera turned to the back and it was just like a line of credits, you know, going down the screen. And it's like, that's a lot of sponsors. Holy crap. There had to have been 20 or 30 sponsors on the back of the shirt. And some amount. Now, I think I'm far enough back, but I really think so. And we have a lot of windows in here. Kind of want to make sure this doesn't flop around. Give that a try. So far so good? Alright. Cool. Now we can put the floor back. At some point. That for now. There we go. Oh yeah, it's kind of there. I'd loaded up 700 windows into the cart. A little bit of... Really? Nothing in my way. Come on. There you go. Oh, there's another cart. Okay, that would do it. But that's fine. Can work with that. There's not a lot of room on here for a cart anyway. Start furthest out. There was one rocket towards the end, counting down 3, 2, 1. Okay, it looks like that one's not going to launch. Alright, we're going to gear up for the other rocket. They waited at least 10 seconds. And no smoke, no nothing. I was watching it on the YouTube channel. And then the camera panned to the next rocket. I'm like, yeah, that sucks. I'll go for that team, but more than likely they'll launch tomorrow. They start out there at like 5 a.m. Literally the butt crack of dawn. So, pretty cool and interesting. Which makes sense. You start when it's as much daylight out as you need and get going. For all the prep time that they have, and then securing the site, and then evacuating the site. These just aren't your little Estes model rockets. They could probably blow some pieces, good 500-600 feet easily if they do blow up by chance. Yesterday there was at least one rocket that it went up, but it only went about a few hundred feet, and then it just detonated lots of pieces. Like, oh, not good. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Okay, next rocket. So, yeah. Something went catastrophically wrong. Catastrophic failure. But that happens. I've had an Estes model engine actually explode, you know, like parachute charge, a detonation charge, but charge to pop the chute, forgot what it was called. I had that first, and then the engine took off. And then there was no charge at the end to pop the chute. So it basically became a lawn dart out in the field. And I'm like, well, that was nice. That sucked. Okay. It was like bang, shh. Like, okay, where's the ejection charge? That's it. Where's that at? There is none. Ah, shit. Somebody put the engine in backwards, basically. That's nice. There's no way that you can install... I mean, you can install an engine backwards, but you're not going to be able to ignite it because there's no thrust cone. It's only on one end, so... It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how to, you know, install an engine. Right, it doesn't. But... mixing of solid chemicals and then letting them dry, and if something in the manufacturing just didn't go perfect, that happens. Why, like, you know, with the Saturn V blowing up on my sister that my dad built, it was a fault of the engine, which was made by Estes, so therefore they covered the cost of another rocket for my dad, so that was very, very nice of them. You could say legally they would probably have to anyway, but still, it was nice of them to do that. I'm pretty sure back then the Saturn V was not a cheap rocket. To me, an expensive rocket is over $30, you know, for an Estes rocket. That would be like $100 probably. That'd be my guess. But these rockets that these guys are doing out in New Mexico, probably the nose cone would cost $100. Just the nose cone, maybe a fin, $100. But the majority of the rockets, like the tube, is made out of carbon fiber. Strong, light, durable, of course. You know, able to withstand a lot of pressure relatively. Although they did have a lawn dart today. It didn't deploy the parachute or anything, and you could see a little smoke trail coming down. It's like, oh, there it is. Oh no. Oh, that's gaining a lot of speed. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna have a lawn dart here. Not sure what a lawn dart is. It is pretty self-explanatory, but back in the 60s and 70s, they had a backyard game called lawn darts. They outlawed it because people were getting impaled by the lawn dart itself because they were being stupid. basically like a dart for, you know, like throwing a dart on a dartboard, but much larger, and you do it out in your lawn. Lawn dart. You have a circle, kind of like, I guess you could say shuffleboard or lawn bowling or cornhole. You're basically throwing a beanbag into a hole at the other side, you know. Here you just do it with a lawn dart. And the closer you get it to stick to the circle, the more points you got. If you got it in the circle, you got a lot of points. Something like that. But people not paying attention, and you have basically a metal tipped plastic dart coming down from the air, and you know, maybe weighed a quarter pound or something. It wasn't very small. Basically would just throw it underhand and try to get it into the circle at the other side of your lawn. Again, someone not paying attention and not being aware of their surroundings, of getting hit with one of them, and something happened or whatever, and then it's never around anymore. I'm sure it would sell for a pretty penny, but they're basically outlawed. I assume you're allowed to own them, it's just probably just aren't allowed to buy them anymore. At least not commercially. Like, there aren't things that they are illegal to buy that aren't being bought, you know. Fireworks for one, you know. You know, 4th of July coming up and whatnot. For a long time you were allowed to buy fireworks in Ohio, but you were not allowed to use them, which didn't make any sense. So I can buy them here, yes, but you have to transport them out of state. Okay. Why? Well, they're illegal to fire off in Ohio. I'm like, then how can you sell them? Oh, we're allowed to sell them. You are just not allowed to use them in the state of Ohio. It's so stupid. Okay. Allowed to buy it, but you're not allowed to use it. Okay. Sure, give me like $100 grand worth of fireworks. Yeah. I mean, but recently they did just pass that you are now allowed to use fireworks in Ohio. I guess it only took like quite a few decades for them to smarten up and figure people really aren't traveling out of Ohio after buying the fireworks, because they're still being, you know, used in this state. So you might as well just let them do it, you know. Trying to track down the illegal firework users is probably just a pain in the ass for the cops. Let them use it. You know, somebody gets hurt or property gets damaged or something, whether it's legal to use or not, they're going to have to go out for that call. So they would rather go out for something like that, is my guess, than like, oh, hey, someone's using illegal fireworks, like 3 doors over, I'm trying to sleep, man. Well, now they're legal, so now you can shut up and go back to sleep if you can. I used to make little firecrackers, basically take an Estes engine and give it a little bit better ejection charge at the ends. Well, and it was nice, you know, have a little bit better bang at the end of the thrust curve, so to speak. that engine had a lot louder ejection charge than normal. Hey, you're right, that's pretty crazy. You wouldn't know anything about that. I'm like, nope. Not one bit at all. I just wanted to launch an engine around the 4th of July, sir. Hypothetical situation. Never happened. Trying to track someone down that just launched an engine middle of the night, very hard to do. That's why some people will basically just launch a little set of fireworks and be done. You know. Now you're doing, you know, a big old bag of fireworks that's lasting 10 minutes or something. Yeah, you get the cops coming over to you pretty easily. But the nice thing with our school field behind our house, for a certain time, next street over, there was an Ohio State Patrol officer that lived on that street. He was shooting off fireworks. Ohio State Patrol. 80. Like, why is that guy doing fireworks over there? I mean, we're not complaining, it's just, I thought they were illegal. Oh shit, yeah, he's an Ohio State officer, a patrol. He's fine. Oh shit, if he's doing them, then he should be cool with us doing them, yeah? Like, yeah, dude's my buddy, yeah. Do all the fireworks you want, he's cool with it. He's in the city, he has no jurisdiction, literally. So it doesn't really matter if he's cool with it or not. It's the local police that are going to get pissed off and arrest you. That's the issue. But someone calls the cops on the cops, 80, yeah, they're probably not going to show up for that because they pretty much assume or would know who is living where, you know. I mean, majority of the time, the officers park their patrol car in their driveway, so if they get a call, they can get going. Yeah. So I'm sure if they would just pull down the street, they'd see the state highway patrol vehicle out front and just kind of keep on going. Like, nah, that's statey. Yeah, he's fine. Knows what he's doing. It's probably not the first time. And more than likely, he can just go to your local city police department and basically say, hey guys, just giving you a forewarning, I'm going to be doing some fireworks on the 3rd, 4th, and probably the 5th as well. Not going to be for a long time, but in case you get some calls, this is my address. Just letting you guys know. Oh yeah, you're cool, man, you're cool, thanks. Letting us know. It's legal for cops, but illegal for everybody else. The other day, Banlish was talking about the topic of being swatted. First, I didn't really understand what he meant, but when he mentioned, you know, about once a year, I tell the locals, like, yeah, I'm a Twitch streamer. I have, you know, okay, good amount of people that come in all the time, and sometimes we'll get some trolls, and, you know, sometimes they'll find out my address or something, and they'll call SWAT on me or something, just to let you know that if you guys do get a call like that, we don't have anything SWAT worthy to call in SWAT and bust my door down and try to arrest me while I'm streaming and shit. You know, just letting you guys know. So he says he does that about once a year, you know, because someone that gets pissed off at the streamer could probably do that, and, you know, it's like, yeah, I was just watching this streamer, here's his address, he just, you know, try to sell a fully automatic gun across state lines. You know, he said he has a whole fucking room of them. They have to kind of believe the caller. You know, And if you get a couple people saying the same thing, it's like, oh, well, we've now got 2 complaints. Now we actually, we got to do something on it now. One is kind of, okay, sure, not a problem, sir. Generally, by law, the second call or complaint, they got to go investigate. So it basically makes sense to be able to mention that to your local authorities that, basically I'm popular enough to not really piss people off, but some people not like what I'm doing and try to call a SWAT on me. And then of course they want to try to see it live on stream and flip the shit out of it and then try to share that everywhere and make money off of it. I'm sure the swatting was a thing for a while. I hadn't heard about it quite some time until Banlish mentioned that in his one stream last week or something. Not like he's in a popular state or city or anything. It just, if you're online, it's not hard to find your address. You get a couple key pieces of information, you can basically look up anyone's address and where their brothers and sisters are and whatnot, and all that shit. It's not terribly hard. Take some time. It's not a bad idea to mention that to your local authorities either. Just in case, like, hey, you ever get any calls and someone, trying to say I got a bunch of crazy shit I'm not supposed to. I don't. It's just a ruse. You guys come and investigate, feel free. It's not hiding anything. The good guys will mention that. Obviously, bad guys aren't gonna mention that. What I mean is, feel free, check my house out. Not hiding anything. Bad guys aren't gonna do that, obviously. Just all depends how you do stuff. But I do have a buy order of like 1 million some Shiba. I got 1,000 points. It actually bumped up quite well this morning. But I had a sell set at 1,050 points. And got up sometime around 1 p.m. and noticed it was around 1,100 points. I'm like, shit, I left it at 1,100 points. Oh well, did sell. At the very least, try to buy lower than 1,050 points. Buy low, sell high. Sell high. Sell low and buy high. I want that. So you lose money. Buy at 1,100 and sell at 1,050. Why would you do that? I don't know. Great, you don't. The old saying, a fool and their money are soon departed. Be the fool. But there is a difference between selling high and buying higher, because you see it going crazy. It's the FOMO, fear of missing out, or FOLO, fear of losing out. It happens to a lot of us. So this kind of depends on how you do. But as we've noticed, day to day, things go up, things go down. Usually, a lot of the ups just kind of depends on when the one millionaire wakes up and decides he wants to buy or sell some crypto. Or she. There's some lady crypto millionaires out there. Crypto doesn't care what your sex is. It cares if you have money or not. Or if you have GPUs that are mining. One of the best things if you don't really have main income is basically save up money somehow, extra money, get a nice GPU for your computer, start mining on it, and have that pay for the GPU and your computer. And kind of like they would say with buying a car, as soon as you buy a car, you start saving for your next one. You do that with your money that you're making off of your GPU, is you start saving for the next GPU. So you're, in a sense, always having your GPUs pay for themselves and give you the money to upgrade for, say, the next series of GPU. It was quite interesting to see that 3090 Ti have the new power plug on it, the 16-pin plug. 12-pin for the power stuffs and grounding, and 4 pins for the voltage regulating. Oh, and 13th gen is going to be yeah, 24 core, 32 thread. So 13900K CPU, going to be 24 core, 32 thread. Still going to have 8 performance cores that are hyper threaded, so there's 8 cores, 16 threads. But there's also going to be 16 E cores, efficient cores. They're single threaded, so there's another 16 threads. Either doing more E cores, I don't know. I kind of thought they would just have more performance cores and just keep the 8 E cores rather than doubling the E cores. But the amount of cash that is also going to be shared is getting a bump up from the 12900K as well. So more threads, more cash should equal better gaming performance. Now, to me, technically, with the E-cores, since they run the background processes, evidently 8 cores, 8 threads of E-cores on the 12th gen, 12900K, must not have been enough for the background processes. But what I'm also guessing too is that the L2 cache that is going on the efficient cores, there's more L2 and L3 cache for the performance cores. Just the fact of the more cache that's available, I think it was 24 megabytes or gigabytes, I forgot which. 24 more cache than what the 12900K has. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but you're going from 40 something to 60 something, I think it's megabytes worth of cache between the two CPUs. AMD has already proved that some games benefit from the extra cache in the CPU, even with less gigahertz of the speed of the CPU. Kind of crazy. So the 5800X, they made a 3D model CPU of that, not an actual 3-dimension, just called it 3D. Less gigahertz, but more cache, and it outperformed in some games the 12900K. So something that has less gigahertz, less cores, less threads, outperformed the 12900K, which beat out their flagship from AMD, the 5950X. And the 5800X 3D also beat out the 5950K. 5950X. Well, the 12900K beat out the 5950X from AMD. So the 5800X 3D to beat out the 12900K is quite amazing. But like I said, in some games, basically that could benefit from that extra cache that's on the 5800X 3D. Even though that CPU is running at a lower gigahertz than the standard 5800X. That's really interesting. Crazy too. The fact that it can do that. But of course the 5800X 3D CPU is not cheap either. So in a sense you're paying for that performance. Now to me, less gigahertz could be less power. Less power means less heat. So it should be easier to manage the heat on that CPU. The AM5 socket, the 7000 series chips, or it would have been the 6000 series, but for some reason they mentioned the 7000 series, so I'm guessing they're jumping every 2 numbers. You know, they had the 3000 series, did the 5000 series to round out the AM4 socket. Now they're doing the 7000 series. That makes sense. As long as you know the order that they're doing things, that's all that matters. More so, the AM5 or 7000 series chips for Zen 4 are going to utilize that 3D cache and really start making some power horse CPUs. That's really, really nice. And of course, that's going to help combat 13th gen CPU from Intel. That. Now, the 5800X 3D came out 16 or some months after the 5800X came out. They're not looking to wait that long. But maybe spring for the 3D versions of the 7000 series or N4s. But they say they might have to step that up because 13th gen is wanting to come out towards the end of this year. 7000 series are wanting to come out this fall, around September. So, kind of depends what AMD really wants to do, basically. Stuffy nose. There you go. Check on their assembly line of stuff. Yeah, the build's stopping. Still funny. Kind of wondering whether to put the pressure tank right there or not. Try it and see how well it works. It's not a lot of pressure difference there, but every little bit counts. Damn, I had it there. Try that. Left on this shard bar is probably still 20-some thousand. Yeah, 26,192. They were all 26,000 something when I started on them. That's good enough. Handle. There we go. And it was just nice having everything like there, but more pressure for the tanks or belts. As much going through them as possible. Seems to be zipping a little bit faster. Not a lot, but I mean, we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 if you subtract the tank. 4 pipes less of pressure reducing, which is actually 10% taken away where I had it before. 2.5 per pipe. You have 25 cents times 4, you have $1. 2.5 times 4 is 10. So that'd be 10%. So 10% faster. Bound to help a little bit, at least 10% more. Compressor just went, so that's another reason to kind of keep your sorting area somewhat short. because basically your last belt's going to be your slowest belt going down the line. Now you could kind of, you have your belt going down, you could interwind your belt and have a pressure booster, pressure tank every now and then, but it's not that really severe, that much of an issue really. And unfortunately, you can't put a conveyor belt right on top of a pressure tank. That'd be nice. Now, technically, there's nothing saying that the pressure tank is lowering the pressure at all. So, in theory, you could have empty pressure tanks everywhere, and you wouldn't lose any pressure at all. You'd have to kind of test that, you know, because unfortunately you can't put pressure gauge zoom on this. Gonna put a pressure tank pressure reader kind of doesn't really work. It's so loud you can't even hear him say ha 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 ha. You know, so yeah. Put it inside the conveyor belt either. Makes sense. So yeah, couldn't even if you wanted. I'm at 40 something. Just to cut some of the water pausing. Yeah. So basically, this pipe has 370% pressure going into it, minus the 2.5 that the pipe is actually drawing from it. Honestly, it should say 370 on there. This one would be down 2.5 because you're reading what's being lost here, but you're also reading what's being lost on that pipe itself. It's not like you're trying to put the pressure gauge right in the middle between the two, which would basically just show you the pressure of this one, so you might as well just subtract the number of the pipe that it's actually on. So, because we have it boosted back here, unboost it. Now we're at 22. Then obviously afterwards we're at 368. So just running the piping from the ocean over there down to here knocks us right down to 22. 20 because we have this pipe and this pipe now. Obviously there's nothing here. There's no water running through it. As soon as you do, you crank it back up. Just depends, you know. Water going into there, 25. Here it's 22 because they have an extra piece there and a piece there as well too. So So technically you don't really need this one here, but this also makes a nice great shutoff too for the whole system. So keep that in mind. You can always tag the pressure tank to turn everything off. But a lot of times when you turn off the belts while there's resources on it, some could get stuck. Not good. Yeah, it was loud. It just kind of depends how you want to do things. 6 one, half dozen of another. Doesn't really matter. Oh, for me. Alright, so there's some Cloutium. 5,113, that's not bad. Getting there. Just a bit left over from last time and majority from today. Got crunch. Got some stuck dirt somewhere. I'm back. Sorry for that delay. Got a nice restroom break there. Now raffle is up if you want to join in on that. I appreciate that, easy game. But welcome back. We're up another level. One more level. We're gonna need some pressure tanks for these things as well, but now that we're knowing that the T1 drills are only going to go up to another level. Windows are down there. T1 drills are basically going to be capped at 180%, with these all carrying up to 370% pressure. Basically just have to turn them on, basically go to the furthest one and check and see, check and see what the pressure is, say, at the furthest ends, which we haven't really built just yet. Get in there. That just kind of depends. Now, if we get down here, well, and you know, we check obviously the highest one. We get up basically down here with the T1 pipes. This yeah, that's lined up good. So basically try to put the I was wondering if we could, if we really need to put T's here. Not really planning on doing any more that way, or this way basically, to the left of your screen. I mean, 15 funnels and 30,000 T1 drills could be more than, I'm sure 5,000 or 10,000 drills probably max the engine out. 30 is just for bragging rights at that point, so it's just one of those like, oh, you didn't fill up the whole claim. It's like, I didn't need to. I turn on 10,000 drills, I crash the game. Turning on 3 times more is gonna make it crash even faster. Or, you know, having 50,000, you know, fully filling the claim out, and having conveyor belts come down here, it just probably not needed. So basically, yeah, it's trying to, there we go. Probably do it that way, and then just have an elbow here. Pretty much just put the gauge right on here then. I mean, all except for the last, I mean, you could put a straight pipe right where the T1 drill is going to be. You put a straight pipe right here and you put your gauge on that. That would be the absolute furthest away from everything for what we have at the moment. So whether or not you would really need a pressure tank down here or not, as long as it's over 180 pressure for the T1s, you're good. Right now you can overclock the T1s and make them go higher than what they're designed to do. That's probably why we're not seeing much of a difference in resources between T1s and T2s, because they're running faster, I guess. And plus they're not balanced out just yet. That as well. So, interesting steps. So basically this end can just be a lot lower than back here. Got it. There we go. One little spot. So, well, that doesn't really need to be there because these will just be T's after the straights. Basically, be like that. And obviously, for those that don't know, the reason why we have it like this is there would be a machine on each side. That is one. Just trying to plan your stuffs before you put your stuffs. You know what the stuff you're doing. Sometimes just getting certain lengths away works good for placing windows. Placing literal thousands of something, it's been a good way of doing it. A way that works easy for you, so on. Like having the wood away works out pretty good. But the floor is more so. I think we're good. Looks like it. Yeah, it's good. And one thing that did kind of help out, no, that didn't work. At the side of the cart, I guess, is funnels become your stairs. Alright. Come down here. Okay, that worked good. Cool. Alright, now up here first. You're on enough flooring there. Now we can move the flooring over. Some pieces have a little bit larger hitbox than say what they're supposed to, and not bitching about that. Makes you kind of nice at times. But I did mention to Max the one time when he was in the stream way early in the game, trying to pick up the shovel, the hitbox would light the shovel up, you know, with the porter, but I couldn't pick up the shovel. I don't mind hitbox going off early, but if you can't do anything with it, that's quite pointless. If something lights up, that denotes that you are able to do something with that object. Otherwise, why is it highlighting? I'm way out here and the hitbox is showing up. And I'm way out here and the hitbox is showing up. But I can still do something with it. So it's not really a complaint. It's just, damn. Big hitbox, okay. But when you have hundreds of items there, a big hitbox to grab it is not terrible. It's just when it's like on the cart or something, and you know your crosshairs aren't really on the cart, yet you're still able to pick it up. Certain things are godsends and punishments all in one. It's 6 of one, half dozen of another almost, but not totally. Kind of depends on really how you want to perceive certain things. I think I might just lay the floor across this way. 4 pieces. Yep. Amount of floors there. On the double digits. Alright. I'm thinking it'd be easier to basically lay the windows if I'm right up against it, and I can actually have this halfway down there. Done that before and it worked out really well. Now we have to lay a floor down here anyway. And keeping it far away from the next funnel is key, because it's a little bit easier to put the windows up from below that. But I think doing one funnel at a time work out good. How much of the window stuff I'll be able to get done today. Nothing scheduled for tomorrow, no lawn mowing. Frankly, the lawn didn't grow. It's just been fucking hot. Lack of rainwater as well. But the toggle of sprints, that'll be nice. I should leave that on all the time. So you're trying to do some incremental work, intricate moving around and placing stuff, then still kind of think sprinting to be toggleable, to be toggled right from the get-go in any game. That's why I try to not gripe too much on people that make games, but when certain things that are just simply well known in a lot of games aren't implemented in a new game, it makes you wonder, does the main game dev actually play game? Is the engineer car mechanic, or is the engineer just an engineer? He knows how to design car parts, but does he actually know how they work? You would think in order to design something, you would have to at least have kernel knowledge or knowing of how that sort of part or whatever you're designing is supposed to function, how it's supposed to work. What is it supposed to do? Well, it moves water from here to there. Oh, okay, so the better impeller design I put on there, the better the water will go, and you'll get more pressure for your buck, right? Well, yeah, that'd be great. Oh, okay. And if the person's actually knowledgeable in said parts that they're designing, they pretty much can tell it's like, yeah, this is going to work a lot better. I've seen water pumps that worked okay, but I've also seen the high-priced water pumps work really well, and the angle of the impeller was a lot different, or it actually was curved rather than just straight. Simple stuff like that. Alright, so that's fine. Probably put it there, because we'll be working on this one next. Doesn't take terribly long to do windows for a funnel. Get a good pattern down. But from what I noticed, it did go a lot faster without the pipes in the way. But which one do you have more trouble with, laying pipe or laying windows? That's usually the question. Laying pipe, you always want to take more time. That's the fun part. Yes and no. Real life, sure. Innuendo of laying pipe. But in this game, depending on how you're planning the pipe layout, it might not be all that fun. As I noticed after a while, there was just so many rows of pipes where, in a sense, if there was layer of window funnel worth of windows in between, it kind of helped out, but I saw myself going to the other side of the funnel to check the other side of the pipe, other side of the funnel, how the pipes were set up, just so I could see what the pattern is. But trying to put the windows through the pipes really wasn't that much more time consuming. It was probably more time consuming looking on the other side of the funnel to see how the pipe pattern was. So I would think pipes first, then funnels. But there's also something else in the 0.6 update that hasn't been shown a lot. And it could be the precursor to the farming update of the 2.1 update. There's that. Did say something about it was near South Hope. We're not on the 0.6 patch, so yeah, there's going to be a farming update on 2.1. And the T3 stuff on update 2.2. I think the first decimal point are updates and the second decimal point are patches. Because it's just how Max has been calling them. You know, 2.0.1 patch, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, now 0.6 patch. They're not updates, they're patches. Which is good, you know, better than, you know, 0.0, 0.0, 0.0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 update. Like, seriously, with 4 decimals and then 5 numbers? Okay. Max isn't doing stuff like that, which is nice. So that's very helpful. If we can, and here, don't want to move left and right with the right joystick. We do that with the camera, go up and down, but we can't camera left and right while holding cart. Oh shit. That kind of take off. Oh, there's another card there. Ah, yeah, that would do it. Okay. It surprised me when I didn't get the let me place it. I'm like, okay, good. I didn't get a hun. I didn't see the card all wigging out, you know. That. Get all these floors basically laid out. Be pretty set and done with the floors. Oh, we actually gotta do floors here too. Gotcha. Oh, there's a lot of pipes in this. Get over a little bit more. A lot, but them. I did buy a good mess of floors. That. The other week we were talking about the 13th gen CPU. No one had any information or leaks of what it was. Frankly, I just don't know what else to talk about. Wondering, because they did mention 32 threads. Right now, the 12900K has 24 threads. 16 core, 24 threads. And it's beating out something that has 16 cores, 32 threads. Okay. Crazy. Now, I have two friends that have the 5950X. One of them uses it for a gaming streaming rig, and one uses it for gaming, and they have another one just in the stream rig for some reason. He's got money, so you might as well do it up while you can. Yeah. Now, the one doing the gaming and streaming rig on the 5950X is Firestrike, and he could be gaming and streaming 1440p 60, and CPU usage is in the teens. Crazy, like barely anything. So I guess with my OBS settings, how I do my OBS, 12900K beats a 5950X in theory, because we don't know anyone that has a 12900K that is gamed and streamed on it with a lot of OBS stuff. It should work fine because it beat out a 5950X, and with decent OBS settings, it games and streams like a beast. That's fine. Mainly because there's enough cores and enough threads to let OBS do stuffs and let the game do stuffs. So we weren't sure on the 13th gen. I think Raptor Lake is what they call it, and I think 15th gen is going to be Rocket Lake. That'd be nice. Well, CPU, you goats, man. Call me a rocket. A rocket? I said a CPU, no a toy. So, yeah, I'm gonna get it. See, when there's other stuffs around, it's difficult. Typing work was confusing. Yeah, placement abilities. Now, the 13th gen is supposed to be some things 20% better than the 12900K or KS. Also, things I've learned today, where they were saying, you know, up to 50% faster, but those were just, you know, rumors, in a sense. So truer numbers are basically coming out for the 13900K. we weren't sure how many cores or threads. Well, they're still going to keep the 8 performance cores are hyper-threaded, so there's 16 threads there. They're going to have four core clusters of efficient cores, and they're single-threaded. So you'll have 16 cores of E cores and 16 threads from those 16 cores, because they're single-threaded, not multi-threaded. So you'll have 24 cores and 32 threads. 12900K is 1624. 16 cores, 24 threads. So they basically doubled up the E threads or E cores and gave the CPU more cache as well. Generally, when you have more cores, you can add more cache. So probably space-wise, to keep it in the 1700 socket size, it's easier to add more E cores because they're smaller. They're like half the size of a P core. So you can add more E cores and get more cache because you now technically have more cores. Now, how you're assigning, what you're assigning those extra E cores to, is supposed to be background processing. Who's to say that you really need 16 background process, 16 cores, 16 threads to take care of background processes, when very seldom any of those processes equal more than 1% CPU load. So, quite interesting. I'm wondering. Yeah, that's what we don't. We don't have the floor there. Because to put the dirt on the T2s, you actually need something there.
No stone unturned, no bridge unburned. In my search of what you've taken from me,
down to here. On down the line. Jump a line, what? Jump on down the line. Jump a line. Lion jambalaya. Really can't put more in between pipes, so at some point floor is going to be going through some of the pipes. How it's going to be. Preferably not near the funnel to obstruct the ability of putting windows near floors. So technically, if a 12900K beats a 5950X, what a 5800X3D beats a 12900K from Intel. Obviously, a 13900K should beat a 5800X3D. The other thing too, the 13900K could get gigahertz speeds up to 6 gigahertz. That's going to be pretty interesting. They've pushed the 12900KS to 5.5 gigahertz. Usually the KS models, I would say the S is for stable, special, or super. The S obviously stands for something, but Generally, it's a better bend, or the bending of the CPU is a little better, a little more refined. Like a nicer choice CPU in a sense. Lets you do all core clocking at a certain gigahertz a little bit better. So there's that. That's why they mentioned 5.5 gig on the KS versus just the K. Keep it one away from the funnel there that we're going to work on. Keeping along nice. We might actually Windows and don't fall asleep doing it. Actually do some nukem dirt the other ends. Stuff going. But we still have to lay some T-pipes, lots of T-pipes for T1 drills. Would like to see 3 funnels worth of T2s roaring. You have to buy 72 T2s to make that happen and load them up with some dirt. Quite interesting. See what the frame rates are on 3 funnels worth of T2. Trying to think of things, you know, next to do and whatnot. But I think for those that are upgrading from the past couple years for CPU and motherboard stuffs, if you're an AMD fan, I would wait for the AM5 socket, because you'll be getting the entry of the AM5 socket. I have heard talks of the AM6 socket already. So what I'm thinking is AMD might be doing the same of what Intel's been doing, is every couple years they get a new socket. It's just AMD really hasn't had the money per se like Intel does to rip out, you know, a new socket every 2 generations. We have some stuck gold over there. AMD is doing the same thing. It's just it's taking them a lot longer to go from generation to generation. Zen 2 to Zen 3 is on AM4. Zen 4 and Zen 5 is going to be on AM5. So if they're already thinking Zen 6 for AM6, that's getting along the same time frame to what Intel's been doing. So, not that it's not surprising, but Intel's been in the market for a very long time, and so has AMD. It's just one has had the CPUs and the servers a lot longer than the other one, but AMD's been doing a lot of server CPUs bigger than the Threadrippers and stuff, and shooting high for that market so they can get some money in like Intel did back in the day. So their AMD is still playing catch up. It's just their CPU tech for the gaming stuff is doing quite well compared to Intel. It's a tennis match, really. That was cold. Do have the pipes set up for the... Oh, yeah. Just making sure. basically have to rip the floor out from here and place the dirt underneath the drills like we have here, because you only get underneath of it so well. Not hard to do, it just getting the dirt into these is about like right there. Yeah, it's kind of a trickle bitch of an area to take the piece of dirt in there. It's nicer if you're up a little bit higher on something, a cart, concrete block or something, and that was a long pause. But the downfall too is more things that you have water running through, more lag you're going to get on the water. Looking at steps. Alright, so up on the top here, kind of thinking just add in the pipe afterward, the T1 pipe, because I can't really get the cart in between there, and so I did the flooring here. So a lot. Okay, mid single digits, that's bad. Better than one. I have a good amount of windows in here. That stays. This route. I can almost. Yep, there we go. Too bad to go, but man, I'll probably lay the game down to 1 FPS just having all the windows on these funnels. Still funny when Max came in. What in the high level fuck are you doing? Nothing. Just nothing. Just avert your eyes. Not doing anything, sir. Crashing your game engine, that's all. I mean, you're the one who made the build height higher, so don't blame me for abusing it. Like, we want your game to be like Satisfactory, but called Hydroneer. How Satisfactory does on their end is their buildings and belts and everything do not have physics in the game. Therefore, they technically don't exist, but they still do stuffs. I mean, you have a game that has the word factory in it, and the more you build, the slower the game gets, just killed your game. People hate games like that, basically. Well, the more I build, the slower it gets. The game sucks. Yeah, you're not wrong. That does suck. I fully agree with you, man. People like to build. I mean, at Minecraft, people just like to build. Some like to mine. Some do other stuff. So everyone has their niche that they like to do. How it goes. People asking for Gold Hunter for sandbox mode, like a dollar mode or something like Gold Rush the game has. They're like, we're not putting a dollar mode in the game. $1 mode, go play the other game. That one's got a lot of bugs in it. I don't want to play that one. Get like a creative mode or dollar mode and Gold Hunter, and I'll buy it. Buy it or not, we don't really care. Not that we don't care. It's just we're not going to add a dollar mode or creative mode just for a couple people. But that's not what the game is based on. It's not hard to get money in that game. You're supposed to hunt for gold, not sandbox it. You know, maybe down the road they'll get a sandbox mode or creative mode or something. I have an NDA with them, but there's still nothing being said about that type of mode or anything. I'm glad to say what they don't have. If there was anything about, you know, sandbox mode or what, creative or whatever, a dollar mode, I could legitimately legally say it's like, well, you'll just have to wait. Well, so there's hope. It's like I can either, you know, say yes or no. Have to wait and see. Maybe there will, maybe there won't. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny. Plead the fifth. I can neither confirm nor deny without incriminating myself. Legally, I am not allowed to say. But as honest as I am, I can legally say there has been no talk about it. There hasn't. You can't leak something that isn't there to leak. Literally no info on it. Like with Hydroneer, are they going to do something with the vehicles? Yeah. There's a sign that says, more vehicles soon. So, yeah. At some point, there'll be more vehicle stops. When? How? What? I don't know. Wait and see. Want to wait and see? Tough shit, you're going to have to. We're in the same boat as you, dude. Don't know. Other than what the game is telling us, that, you know, more vehicles soon. Cool. And it was plural, meaning more than one vehicle. Nice. There's still some people that have played the game before, like, where's the excavator at? I think it was cool. And basically I replied it's coming, but it's needing a lot of work, so it's gonna be a while. Oh, okay, so it is coming back. Cool, yeah, I can't wait for that. I think it was awesome. I enjoyed it too. I didn't really see much of a point to print resources out with machines, but to use vehicles to dig the dirt and get the resources. To me, that's mining, but this is Hydroneer, not hydro mining. Reasons why it's called what it is. So as hydro mining, it's called that. It'd be mining with hydro, water. Oh. That's saying so much for the allergy medicine, but kind of makes you feel that way. And the nice thing with the windows, having a platform to stand on, yeah, it sucks. That's pretty quick. relatively quick. But one of the other points I was getting at with the 13th gen and 12th gen CPUs, socket size and everything, once 13th gen comes out, you can get a motherboard that can support 12th gen and 13th gen. 13th gen comes out, you can get a board that does both gens and get a 12th gen CPU a little bit cheaper, and right now, get a 12900K for 600 bucks right now, you know, under 600. That's still quite a lot for a CPU. 13900K comes out, 12900K might be a couple $100 less. I mean, $400 for a 12900K, that sounds like a damn good price. Slap a good, you know, $250 motherboard on there. Alright. 650 bucks. Basically, you bought a $600 CPU and got $200 off of a motherboard, and together it cost you 650 bucks. That sounds like a pretty sweet deal. Pretty nice. So, if you're the one that must have the brand new shit just as soon as it comes out, okay. Don't get pissed when 2 years later or so, next gen comes out and what you just bought is now worth half as much. This all depends how long you're willing to wait to upgrade. If you're more than 4 generations old, it's time to upgrade. Doesn't matter if you wait another year or two, you've waited 4 generations worth, it's time to upgrade. Especially if the games that you're playing are really suffering because haven't upgraded in a long time. Ooh, very cool. So there's that as well. You know, you want to game and stream at a certain speed or whatever, you're gonna have to upgrade some stuffs. And if you're gonna be upgrading motherboard, get something that can be for both generations. If you get a 10th gen CPU, make sure you get a motherboard that can take 11th gen. So that way you want to put 11900K in there because the price is just right. Slap it in there and you're good. And you're good. You're done. Good and done. You're done. Good and done all in one. Done. But kind of the same thing with the 8th and 9th gen motherboards that I have. You know, I could have put an 8700K in the motherboard, but the 9700K was the same freaking price. CPU. Same price. 6-core 12-thread, or you have 8-core 8-thread. One has multi-threading, one doesn't. But pure core gaming performance was better on the 8-core than a 6-core. Didn't matter who it was from, just pure core gaming performance was better with 8 versus 6. Like, this game works on the standard cores. Doesn't work on the hyper-threaded cores threads very much. So there's that. So if your game mainly runs on the main cores, oh, getting hot. Over there. Oh, fucking pipes. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. So what I found out later on is trying to game certain games on an 8-core, 8-thread CPU and stream it. There wasn't enough threads to do everything. So the 8-core 16-thread CPU, the 9900K, that was like $500 some when I was getting the computer built and put together. Try to keep the computer under a $900 budget, that would have blown out the budget real quick. That was a no. 9. So, like I mentioned before, if the 9900K became under $400 and we had stream revenue, mining revenue to cover the cost, I'd get it. Got to $370, I bought it. What a world of difference having those 8 extra threads. Huge helper, huge. But as we notice, as games get more demanding CPU, standard cores and threads, you're going to run into some limitations of where you're going to try to game and stream off the same rig. There's just going to be a lot of stuff impacting the CPU, and there won't be enough there to run your games, as well as to run your monitor so they can stay at the FPS numbers that you want them to stay at. Given the game is well optimized, yada yada. Now, genau, yeah. So, certain things have to kind of work certain ways. There's people playing this on a 4-core, 4-thread CPU, and they're like, yeah, I get like 20, 30 drills, and I'm like, you know, barely, the game's barely going, it's like a couple FPS, you know. 4-core, 4-thread, yeah, that's barely cutting it. I look over at Task Manager, the main 8 cores are doing an okay amount of work. It's still saying about 25% utilization on the CPU, but actual utilization is about 15 or 14%. So Task Manager CPU doesn't really tell you the truth. The numbers are a little bumped up per se. But when I'm seeing the usage on each of the threads, main 8 cores, they're getting used twice as much as the other threads. There's that. Way down there. Windows are getting a lot better. Basically trying to prevent from turning because turning's a bit slow. So when the 12900K came out with the big cores and little cores, and it beat something with the same amount of cores and more threads, that was quite interesting. Same amount of cores but 8 less threads because 8 cores are not hyper-threaded or multi-threaded. Quite interesting. You know, I've said it before, you want gaming performance, Intel's usually give about 5% more than AMD's. Same performance range, not price range. AMD's are a little bit cheaper than Intel's, that's why a lot of people go with AMD, because they're cheaper. But then they wonder why they're not getting the same FPS that Intel CPU is giving their friends. few different ways of doing the CPU layout and everything and whatnot. And, two different companies doing CPU. So one's going to be a little different than the other. You may have some performance parts basically performing better or worse. Kind of depends. But you have also a video from Jay's 2 cents saying there's a reason why gamers are loyal to AMD. Now, a lot of people will do AMD CPU and NVIDIA GPU. Wrong with that at all. That works for you, go for it. I just like the Intel CPUs because they give you an iGPU. Don't buy the F numbered CPU. The F lettered CPU. The F means no onboard video. There are times where onboard video is actually doing something for you. So there's that. So maybe some games that can utilize something of the iGPU for gaming wise, and when AMD doesn't have onboard graphics for some of the high-end CPUs, they kind of lose out on something, I guess. That's the other thing too. A lot of the high-end CPUs from Intel have the onboard graphics. A lot of the high-end ones from AMD do not. You know, so this really comes down to what you prefer and what works good for you. Someone for this game was having some driver issues. Basically said, well, just try to update your drivers. They're like, yeah, good old AMD fucking things up for you. Having driver issues. NVIDIA doesn't seem to have those issues. Interesting. Okay. I mean, everything will have a driver issue at some point or another, and it happens. And it's usually like, hey, worked good yesterday. But did you update any drivers? They get updated on their own, so maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, there was a driver update last night. Shit, that's probably what fucked me up. Alright, I gotta revert back to an old driver just so I can play my damn games. That happens with both teams, NVIDIA and AMD. So can't really play the blame game on that at that point. Generally, I only update my NVIDIA drivers when I have to. Technically, if there's not a need to, why? Well, you more stuff. So I'm fine. I'm running good. It's running. But when it stops running, yeah, I'll look into new drivers. And well, you could have them now, so you wouldn't have to worry about doing it when the stuff don't work. You're not wrong. That is true. Since I mine on them, and sometimes a new driver doesn't let me mine on the shit. It's mining just fine, 24/7. Staying nice and cool. We're at 4142C on the GPU right now. While mining and playing the game, doing fine. Keep shit simple, do what works. Working for you? Run it. Ship it. If it fits, it ships. How is that so hard to understand? I don't know. But for some people, it must be. And there's another funnel. 3 hours into it, we're another funnel, alright. Lots of funnels. Take a peek at, big jump. our little processing plant is doing. Logs. There. There. That's good. There either. Actually, throw that. Yeah, just in time. That ruby is. Played you in a while. 125,000 weight, 8 million just for that ruby. Oh shit as is. But I'd still like to make a big fat necklace and see. Now the downfall is you make it too expensive, you go into the negative. It fucks. So that's also why you see me having different amounts of bars, and bars get to a certain size, you know, there's 36 million there. I mean, I think once we get past the billions and quadrillions, I think that's when you really have to start worrying. Or maybe 2.14 billion. I think is a 32-bit number, something, 32-bit integer, binary stuff like that. That's when you gotta worry. I saw it stop, I'm like, uh-oh. At the belt, the on-off valve, it stopped again. Now the gem compressor is just doing what it's supposed to be doing. Every 50 gems for the readout, it launches signal to the gem compressor, makes it compress, and then starts all over again. Pretty cool. So lots of stuff in the 0.6 update. Join their Discord. Look at the welcome channel. Follow the information in the welcome channel, and you too can test the new patch that's out. Available for a public testing branch, as they call it. Oh shit! Yeah, I guess so. It says Shiba Inu up 5%. Yeah, we had 1,145. Damn. A lot. Oh, but, oh shit! I guess so. Okay. Oh, that bumped shit up. Yeah, I'd say that went get the fuck up. Change my lines. Nice fucking bump. Wow. Hit 1200 again. Got some lines here. Crazy. Now we went out to 3-minute intervals, so that line looks higher, but that's why I set them on the 1-minute mark. So basically it's right at that peak there, but that was a hell of a climb there. I mean, yeah, we were at 1100 and went up to 1168. But the woo is you're at 7.5% there, you're at 1.33%. Yeah, that's a good 6% gain there, you know. So that's why I'm saying with Shiba, percentages can go really high with not a lot of numbers being gained. That's why I'm kind of saying, you know, 58-point difference moved it 5.25% from basically 8 p.m. yesterday. Basically, midnight hits. Yeah. Just before midnight, someone's like, fuck this shit. It's into midnight, time to buy. Then you have a bunch of people selling. Bitcoin moved basically 51 really can't call it points, but they only moved 0.25%, and I guess you could say only went up $50-some. Now with Shiba, basically, since the numbers are so far down, it would be like 56 millionths of a dollar. Yeah, you have tenths, hundredths, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Shit, that's millions. It's 5,800 millions. 58 points. A little bit easier at that point than saying, 600 millionths. It just, it gets confusing after a while. Yeah, so certain things that, but difference is the percentage. You're still getting a different percentage, a higher percentage for a lot less numbers being moved. That's what I'm kind of getting at. To move Bitcoin 5%, really can't get. As soon as we move this, yeah, we can't really move it. To get 5% on Bitcoin, we're at 0 here, and 5% is up there. So, say 21,400. There was about 0%. So, 20,360. As a say 400 just to round up. So you're talking $1,000 worth just for 5%. Between 20,400 and 21,400. $1,000 coin difference. $1,000 difference on one coin versus just to get 5%. It basically has to move $1,000, which takes a lot to do on Bitcoin. Millions of Bitcoin has to be, well, not really millions of Bitcoin, but tens of thousands of Bitcoin has to be moved. Or millions of dollars of Bitcoin, or billions of dollars of Bitcoin to move it 5 or 10%. For Shiba, it doesn't need that much move it, but the amount that does get moved is still quite a bit. Volume was 62 billion. That node right there. So certain things. Right here, there was 30 billion volume, 63 billion volume, 43 billion, 62 billion, 31 billion in the red, 66 billion. Now, those weren't just all buys. During that whole time, there were some sales or sells. It's just there was more buys than sells, so therefore it went up. But the main thing is amount of volume that was basically done in that range. We do a 3-minute 5. Do a 5-minute there. Within 5 minutes, 230 billion Shiba volume was moved. They're bought or sold mostly, or bought and sold. And in this one, 139 billion volume in a 5-minute time was moved around. Now you go to Bitcoin and come here where there was a good high volume. There was 253 volume moved. Not a lot. 285 volume right there in 5 minutes. So you try to find some high spots. There's 253. It's a really high spot. 427 volume. Not even billion, but it's just going to show that once a lot being moved in Bitcoin, you're going to have to move quite a bit. There is 2.2 thousand volume moved for this dump right there. This was literally somebody selling really, really hard to drop it down. Now that drop was around percentage. We're at 0.6% there and 4.92%, so almost 5% basically was dropped. 4.5% was dropped, and the only volume that was moved was 2,200 volume. It just probably same spot here. Probably moved out of their Shiba and then they moved out of Bitcoin. 109 billion, 93 billion Shiba moved, and basically down here would be, down there is 4.5%, right there is 1.75%. So 3% and 100 billion basically moved just for 3%. It's just Shiba is cheap as chips, as they would say, and you could buy a lot for a little. So it kind of depends. The one day. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Long chart for one day. But like if you had a sell set to 1150, that would have hit. It would have sold. It would have been good. But the trouble is, like here, these ups and downs, these are great for day traders from what I've been understanding. Mainly because of the percentages. Like from here, you're at 1.09, and up here, you're at 4.02. So there's a, almost a 3% difference between here. On Coinbase Pro, you're getting 0.4 to 0.6% fee. Anything over that is profit. So, it just, not a lot has to move just to move Shiba. So, just kind of depends. The problem with some things going up and then kind of stalling out, then going up again, is getting back down into a good point where it was lower than what you sold, so you can buy again. So it's really just having to try to play the waiting game. And a while ago, Shiba was up in the 2,000 range, and it's kind of really dropped down, and it's starting to climb back up. Those Bitcoin, those Ethereum, Algorand, they're all starting to climb back up slowly. So get in on stuff now. Now, who is to say that this isn't just a little blip? You know, just a little bit, and then it's just gonna get even lower. No one knows. No one has an idea. But like during this time periods here, you know, a whole month, basically that was good for day trading. It'd go up, it'd go down, it'd go up, it'd go down. So who's to say that it's not going to have another month of the ups and downs? I don't know. It's hard to say. But on my Shiba stuff, it'd be nice to buy in at 1,005. It would be kind of nice. I buy in there for 1.1 million Shiba. Of course, there's some people that have a lot more tied in at, say, the 700, 800, 900 range. Just kind of depends. But there's only about 10 bucks wrapped up in that, so it's not terrible. Now, if I set that at a higher buy-in, say 1100, it'll be obviously a lot less than 1.1 million sheep. So yeah, it just kind of depends. Yeah, I didn't want camp overlay. So yeah, it's interesting how stuff works. So that's why I'll set things at a certain number before I go to sleep, and if they hit while I'm asleep, cool. No, well, wait for later, and hope it hits. You know, I could set it at 1,050 to buy in exactly where I had sold it at. But that's not really going to help because I'm buying back in exactly the same number that I sold it at. That doesn't make you any money because I'm gonna jump super fast. Buying back in where you sold it at, you're losing because you have that 0.4% fee. So there's that. Try it there. Try to see where the windows are going to be popping in at. Look past, kind of get close. So that's why I have the crypto stuff on the stream. Something to do in the meantime and keep an eye out on, and usually Coinbase will send me some alerts if things go over 5%. Does that on the cell phone. Would be nice if you could arrange what percentage that happens at. That would be kind of nice. Set it at 2.5% or something. Cool. I can have stuff, you know, get 2% more of the money. Okay, nice. You know, say 0.5% on average for your fee. Sounds good. But as with stocks and bonds, or more so stocks and gambling, there's dangers in that as same as dangers in crypto. I sold at 1,050, if it goes 1% lower, or if I were to buy at 1% lower than that, that'd be great. Get, you know, half percent more to be able to buy in a sense, whatever. But it would have to drop 1% lower than 1,050. And if it never gets back down there, you may have to buy in at a loss just so you don't miss out. That's the FOMO, fear of missing out. But if you think things are gonna really boom and get stupid like they did last year, don't be afraid of having FOMO. Buy that shit. Buy it. Get in on some of it and wait for it to go way higher so you get a lot more money back. Yeah. I did that last year and made $1,000 off of Shiba. But basically after a while, $900 worth in, and it was at maybe 2,500 points at that, and put monies in. Sold at 7,000 some points. Put 900 in, sold it at $1,900. You know, worth, so made $1,000. Hell yeah. Kept $1,005,000 in there for retirement. Set that to sell at $1. Be just under $1 million because of fees. Yeah, $5,000 worth of fees. But then you go to the taxes on it. It's fine. Take 50% of the taxes. I don't give a shit. I'm good. I'm settled. I can have, you know, $400,000 or $500,000 tax free. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Bye. What's a 3090? I'm buying. That time it'd be a 5090. Let me know what color you want. I'll buy it for you. We're on this earth to enjoy things, not hoard the shit out of everything so no one can have it. That's what we're here for. Here to enjoy and have fun. Spread the wealth as best that we can. Can't take it with you when you're dead. Sorry, but you can't. Much as you would like to. But try it while you can. But then, then again, a 3090 doesn't mean anything.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
Brian with the raid host.
Brian has rated the Higgs with 1 viewer. Woohoo.
How's it going, Brian? What were you playing, buddy? How'd your stream go? Appreciate the raid host, man. Startled me there a little bit. But as some would say, 3090 doesn't mean shit if the game is CPU dependent. So that makes sense. Run out of windows again. Again, Brian, I appreciate the raid host, man. Things did good and well for you. Played some Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition. That's a long title. It went well. Don't think I had viewers, but man, not worried about that. Exactly. Play and stream for you, and if you're enjoying it, others will enjoy it as well. We haven't had a lot of viewers tonight either, so it's just kind of a blah Friday, I guess. At least for us small dudes. Not to say I think a lot of the hype of Hydroneer is kind of chilled out after a while, but probably. Updates will usually spark people's interest again, and I'm sure it'll happen. It was just a bonus. It was just achievement farming in a video game I like I always do. There you go. And it is fun because it makes you feel that you accomplished something more than just piss away some time. You know, basically. I found out some information today on the 13900K. 24 cores, 32 threads. Pretty interesting. I'm going to do a coding stream, but wasn't set up for doing that just yet. Oh, there you go. Do what you gotta do, man. But it is kind of weird how the 13th gen is dividing up its cores. 8 P cores and 16 E cores. But with 24 megabytes more cache than the 12900K. Very interesting. Starting to call and watching Sheev rebound like crazy. Yeah. I just got an alert saying it went up 5%. I'm like, oh. And then basically popped over to here, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I guess it did. Big old cell middle finger there. That's funny. But yeah, it definitely bounced, but it was only like 68 points from like here, so not a lot of points, but percentage-wise, it was almost 6%. You know, from the white line up to here. 6%, 6%. That's pretty nice. Just I already had my sell at 1150, so I'd like to buy at 1005. I don't know if it'll get back down there, but it could. It could. You know, but I've already made like, I don't know, $1 or $2 from the sell and buy. You know, so been bored in the past few days, taking a lot of the old learn and earn out of Coinbase.com and moving it over into some Sheeb. And sold 800,000 here. That was 18 hours ago at 1050. Or it could say 5 days ago, bought at 800. Sold some that was already there, I guess, or whatever, at 810. Doesn't sound like a lot, but bought in at 965. It was actually one big buy, which was the 806. They split it up into 2 transactions for something. There wasn't enough to go around to buy 806,000. So bought 806,000 at 965 and sold at 1050. Hey, alright. Sounds good. So, yeah. You know, as long as you're selling higher than what you're buying, you're making money. And as long as you're past the 0.5%, 0.4 or 0.6% fee, good. Why not? It just is. I did have it set to sell at 1100, but I didn't see it going there, so I set it at 1050. And earlier yesterday, it ended up going to 1100. I'm like, you motherfucker! That's only 50 points. Pause on mining for a bit. Woke up the other morning to an alert that said I was down almost 12%. Okay, that it was down. Gotcha. Well, Ethereum's going back up. Everything's kind of going up at the moment, but how far under, you know. But we're still mining, and it's not a lot a day. It's just under $2 a day, but depends how long you're holding on for it. You know, it's still X amount of Bitcoin a day, even if the value is low. There's that. You know, just kind of depends. I mean, with the Twitch revenue, that obviously pays for the giveaway, and we did just make $101 from April 1st to now, so we will get a Twitch payout in July, and I do have enough to get the Amazon payment for the last payment on the 1660 Super, so we're good in the clear for that. So basically anything after that is income. So that's why I'm still mining, because it's the only source of income I have. Other than stream revenue. Maybe slight day trading, but that's never a promise. I can only be making about 70 this month. Yeah, not bad. Oh, the current prices, yeah. For the first 3 months, I know it was like 201. Yeah, I know. It was quite lucrative when it was in the mid 40,000s. It was nice, yeah. Well, the pay rates have also been lower than most other months from NiceHash. That is, yeah. Yeah, like I was getting 6,000 Satoshis for 24 hours at 60 mega hash, and now it's like 4,000 something. Okay. You know, the difficulty either went up a little bit, or there's just less people in the pool mining because value isn't as high as it used to be. Literally half the value than what it was months ago. So my guess is there's a lot less people mining, therefore the pools are doing not as good. That's just my guess. I don't know. So my wonder is, when the prices go back up, would basically the bigger mines, the farms, will they get turned back on, and then we'll see the pools starting to work better? That's just my guess. Shit, we're out of Windows again. Eh. We bought 700 Windows before. That was quite the laggy. Down here and turn this off. Sure that stops. Oh, and the water pausing the shit is fixed. Next patch it won't do that. That's nice. Pool's doing. That's not bad. Turn that off too. They have some tools that use. Them. Go wherever. Upward. But with the low not really low hash rate, but low profitability for 24 hours, that's why I've been CPU mining as well, to help bump that up a little bit. It's been helping a little bit. Ain't it better than nothing? I mean, to dip out from NiceHash to your crypto address, really wallet, it's more address. It's 500 Satoshis. one day CPU mining on the 9900K pays for that. Everything else is gravy. So, good. Try that. Real close. Yeah, there we go. Trying not to snap it up to 700 windows like last time. That would be nice. But yeah, I've steadily or seen things climb steadily over the past week, which is good, you know. For the most part, with the Shiba, with the learn and earn, at a certain point, it'd be nice to smack another million Shiba in there. You know, gets to 50 cents, I couldn't make a million. But maybe that's not how it works. And it gets to $1 and you have a million Shiba, you get a million. You have 2 million, you have double the amount, so if you reduce what the coin would be, say 50 cents, you should get a million. First, if you have 10 million and it's 10 cents, you get a million. So yeah, exactly. You got 10 million Shiba, it's great. You sell it at 10 cents and you get $1 million. That'd be awesome. Yeah, minus taxes, maybe $500,000. Hey, I'm cool with that. You know, like I was telling Chef the other day, pretty much anything under 1,000 points for Shiba, it's a good time to buy. $10 get you $1 million. If someone were to tell you that with, if I get 100 mil, then, well, 100 mil of Shiba, yeah, that'd be nice. Put $1,000 into Shiba, yeah. So I was saying that earlier. It's like, yeah, if you get 100 million Shiba and you sell it for a penny, there's $1 million. You turn $1,000 into $1 million. Nice lotto ticket there. That's a good investment. Obviously, that 100 million sells at 10 cents. Hey, you just made 10 million. Sells at $1, you just made 100 million. Oh, you're a millionaire now. Oh my god. Multi-million-dollar. Multi-millionaire. Just all depends, you know. I guarantee there'll be people that are gonna sell at a penny, and then it hits 10 cents. They're gonna be like, "Motherfucker! Could have made 10 times more money. God damn it!" Then a year later, it hits a fucking $1. It's like, yeah. Like I made 10 grand off of my million selling it for a penny. I could have made $1 million if I would have just waited for it to get to $1. God damn it. Oh yeah, 1900. 1600 to be 400 windows, so almost 500 windows there. We're going to go slow-mo on this, okay. Drop that there. Turn her around. And about a moose, yeah. This is why I like the South Hope, because it's kind of close. Our funnels. It's the ends of them. Yeah, it's probably gonna make like 5 trips or 6 to 10 trips. You know, my face is slow mo, yeah. Just to fill up one freaking funnel there. Oh, we still have to duke 'em nukem the dirt that's over. That. Oh, with almost 500 windows, it's not too much of a slideshow. Down to second floor. How to save, not right now. Kind of good. Boom. Way over here. Where's... Park your ass over there. Yep. Absolutely insane for even thinking of doing this. Even wanting to do this. Nailed it. Doesn't really matter which side we pick on, it just side. Come on, there you go. See if we can get in there? Kinda. Try it. Some spots. Try here. Bing! See ya. Gone. Halfway down. Really. A little bit more halfway. And those aren't going up anywhere, so that's good. Or will work, please.
Like it's so clear cut, so familiar with the process.
Brian, did you see the number of how many T1 drills are supposed to fill these funnels up? By chance?
Nothing but a blemish.
Or so all 15 funnels. So I have 5 more to do. Put them through these pipes is not the best, but it's there. I mentioned it the other day. Just over 30,000 T1 drills. 30,000, not 3,000, but 30,000. Ah, damn itchy those hairs. I even took my allergy pill too. My streamer allergy pill. Bullshit. Fine, get somewhere. Good luck with all that, yeah. I get burned out from doing all that. I never finish one funnels, let alone all of them. Yeah, it's work in progress. Gives us something to do while we wait for more of the game to be developed and everything. I actually even asked for my save to benchmark the window update. He's updating how the windows are. Downfall, he said, is things could get a little more laggy with them though. Like, no, great, thanks. Wonderful. I'm like, you want my save or something? Yeah, that'd be great. You know, it's like, alright, I'll try to find a way to get you my save because it's over 8 megabyte. Discord doesn't, without Nitro, doesn't like sending more than 8 megabyte. I don't know why, but whatever. Yeah. He's trying to work on the lag of moving objects. That my thought is, if they're in the cart, they don't register in the world. Seriously, or the truck doesn't register. I mean, there's something that is telling the program that it stays in that object to transport. And there's like 400 some windows in that little spot right there. There's something that's telling the game to stay in that one spot while I move this cart. There's something. I mean, it's a no shit thing. Of course there is. But to not have the objects render while they're moving, collisions and such, that'd be great. Like, if windows equal cart, turn off collision. Windows outside of cart, turn on collision. I'm just talking stupid simple shit, but I know it's not as easy as that. Still processing collisions while they're in the carts, trucks, and that's a problem. Exactly, yeah. They should be locked into place and collision turned off while they're in a carried state. Exactly. Because we can only carry one thing at a time in our hands, but when they're in the cart, as soon as I move it, it starts lagging. And it's not the computer. Actually, the computer actually drops and stops doing shit because it's less FPS. Now we can hold on to the cart and move the cart about, you know, do it that way, you know, weird, but that, and you can move it that way still. Then you can let go. Just the moving of the objects would really solve a lot, and everybody would be happy as tits able to accomplish that. Like, oh my god, I love your game. I could put like a million things in the back of the truck and it doesn't turn into a lowrider and it doesn't go down to like 0 FPS. It's awesome. What a fucking update. Oh my god. That's what I was kind of hoping when he rewrote the damn game. That stuff would be gone, but really not. You want to buy a 3060 Ti if I stop mining? Well, talk me a price, man. And I know yours is the LHR model, and now that's kind of unlocked. I assume I can throw that on the miner and run quick miner on that, since I have NiceHash miner on 2 PCs that I'm using now. But I'm trying to think, I have one 750 watt PSU, but I know you put a cap at the end there. Probably just have to get another HDMI cord so I could put that into the TV so I could actually do it, you know. $1 million since LHR doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yours for the low price of $1 million. Wait, did he mean a million sheep? Yeah, sure, $10. Here you go, man. Fucking $20 a sheep, but not a problem. Give me your address first. You're like $20 a sheep, but go fucking fly a kite, asshole. Like more like billion Shiba. Billion Shiba? $1,000? Damn. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. But I know what a 60 Ti can do. It's very great. Mainly because it's just like a 3070, just do less CUDA cores. Yeah, a million Bitcoin, yeah. Is that a million worth of Bitcoin or a million Bitcoin? I know it's a million Bitcoin, but yeah, you forget to put the dollar sign in there, and people are like, million Bitcoin, yeah, go fuck yourself. Well, $1 million worth of Bitcoin. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, that, yeah. Yeah, I'll get that to you right away. $1 million of Shiba? Sure. But a million sheep? No. $10? No. Fuck yourself. And again, huh? Yeah. Now the downfall is generally like when I see people sell things, you know, hammers out a steady 60 mega hash. That's what my 3070 is doing. I'm glad they've gotten the LHR shit done and gone with. It didn't really need to be on to begin with. Seriously. It didn't fucking do anything. Didn't do anything. GPUs were still hard to get. Not because everyone was buying them, it's just there weren't that many to be bought. And when they were to be bought, they got bought anyway. Didn't have jack shit to do with Bitcoin mining. If it did, there would have been a lot more to buy because you're at like what, 40% of mining efficiency or whatever it was when it first started. If it would have made that big of an impact, you would have seen a big difference in it, obviously. People just wanted the cards, period. Duh. Just had a low supply of cards, not... Well, we also had demand of needing them or wanting them. We just didn't have the supply. There's a 3090 fucking Ti from Gigabyte that I had posted. Limit 20. Okay, I'll get right on that. I'll make sure I only buy 20. Thank you. Now, here's the crazy thing too. I don't know if you noticed it or not, Brian, but that 3090 Ti, not saying that we're going to get one or whatever. What I had noticed was I was looking at the power plug, you know, like, oh, okay, how many plugs, you know, how many 8 pins, you know, 2, 3? There's not one. Wait, why is there only one? Oh, shit, that's that new... Wait, why is it the new plug on a 3090 Ti? You know, the plug that's supposed to be for the 40 series? It's on that 3090 Ti. The 16 pin. The 12 pin plus 4 pin. They don't call it that, they call it the 16 pin. Guess a 10 pin wouldn't have sounded good. Pulled the 10 pin connector, yeah? It's like bowling. Fucking 10 pin did a 7-10 split, it's now broke. Oh, the puns. But anyway, it has a very small circuit board on it. And it has that 16 pin, the 12 plus 4. It just has one of them. But it also comes with an adapter. So, interesting. Now it's a 3090 Ti to have the new plug. I got leaked. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that makes sense. I just assumed it would have 3 8 pins like the 3090. Okay, that makes more sense. Now, the crazy thing is that circuit board is a lot shorter than a 3080, 3080 Ti, a 3090. So what I'm wondering is, because of that new plug, did the circuit board get set up different? Dutchy, how's it going, man? Builder Bob Higgs, how are you doing? Exactly. Doing good, man. Hopefully you're doing good as well. No, the 3090 Ti is a power hog. Well, I'm not worried about the power. It's just they made the PCB a lot shorter in length. somehow. And it also allows the third pin to be passed through. Spend all your money on paying for the power for the 39 Ti. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not looking to get it. It's just the stats on it, you know. When they said like an 850 watt power supply was recommended, I'm like, yeah, you'll use half that just for the fucking GPU. Then some. And those wires going to that plug better be pretty beefy. That adapter better have some thick ass wires. That's all I'm saying. You're gonna put 400 watts through majority of those 12 wires. That's still a lot of amperage. You know, it's a lot of wattage. You know, still not too bad. Shitty thing is, it's still got no weekend. Oh, that sucks. That is shitty. That is shitty, yeah. And I only use it next to each other. No biggie. But now, since they're including an adapter, the 16 pin, the 12 plus 4 pin adapter, I would assume go to 2 8 pins or maybe 3 8 pins. I don't know. I didn't see the adapter. Would the 40 series then also have that same adapter? Meaning folks really don't need to get a new power supply just for the 40 series? You know, that's what I'm wondering. I'm saying new gen GPUs until more options are out there for power. Yeah, exactly. Because what we were told is, oh, you want a 40 series with a new plug, you're going to have to get a new PSU. The new PSUs, that as far as I know, aren't out just yet. Yet that 3090 Ti has that new plug. But they say it comes with a 12-pin adapter. Not a 16-pin adapter, a 12-pin adapter, which is even more confusing. Yeah, shitty, when some is getting thicker, phone buttons seem to get smaller. Yeah, and I know what you mean, man. So I was like, yeah, it's close together, and no biggie. I get that on my phone a lot. Luckily, it has sort of an autocorrect on it. It's more of an auto-suggestion, because it throws a couple words up there, but a lot of times it'll highlight it blue, and you press space, and it pretty much throws that word in there. Like I was telling my family about the test that Ma was going through in the ER. I was saying EKG has been done, and it came out English has been done. I'm like, in fucking English. EKG. So I had to type it again and press the check mark. Like, I want EKG to be EKG, not English. Damn. How's your build going, Higgs? Ready yet? Or yeah, ready get? Gotcha. Yeah. Back later if you're still on after the nap time. Gotcha, man. And I'll take a nap. Gotcha, Brian. Not a problem, man. Nap away. You had a good stream. We're just stuff's here, and we're getting close to. We're on the 9th funnel at the moment. Climb up here for you, Dutchie, and others. So we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. And we're running 72 T2s at the moment. Now, just looking at it, we're now in the 20 FPS. Look up, obviously, like all games, get 60 FPS. If I just slowly move down, slowly goes down on the FPS as well. Now, Dutchie, guess how many T1 drills will be in this? If you don't already know. There'd be 15 funnels. Oh, and with at least 16 rows of T1 drills. Because that's sort of the goal. No worry. A little over 2,000 drills per funnel times 15 funnels. About 30,000 drills. I do have it on Notepad. Right there. Right there. And the commas that were just there for putting it into a Twitch chat. That'd be important enough. So basically, every row has X amount of drills. Yeah. So row 16 will have 238 drills. You add up all the rows, you have 2,368 drills per funnel. Yeah, I'm going nuts, man. Oh, it's 35,000, not 30,000. Excuse me, yeah. So, just over 35,000 drills for 15 funnels. I don't think the game will handle 10,000, let alone 3.5 times that. To be honest. That's just 16 rows. That's just 16 rows. It goes higher. I haven't found the height of the game yet. It goes higher. That's just 16 rows. That's just up to where we have right now. Both say running that all? Exactly, me too. Max had stopped in the stream the other day, and he's like, "What in the holy level fuck are you doing?" Literally said that. Breaking your game? This I can use for a ladder. Breaking your game? Sorry. Not sorry. Damn Carta, there it is. So yeah. Breaking your game so you can make it better. But I gave him my save so he can work a little bit on the window update that he wants to do. So he'll use my save for the benchmarking of the windows. You know, so that. Bringing the game in computer? No, not the computer. Computers are going to be fine. No. So right now we're at 60 FPS. Actually, down there. So basically, you always on top. So basically, that'll refresh. So we'll get back in the game, and you'll see what it's basically doing. Now, it may be small in your guys' end, but it's so basically we're doing stuff in the game. CPU is doing stuffs, whatnots. Now, basically, these cores are your main cores, at least on the 9900K. The first and second row. The game is using majority of those main cores, and your extra threads are row 2 and row 4. I'm running almost 100 T1 drills, but doing a bit of building on surface and digging below ground to get more drills in. Gotcha. That'll work. So we're at 60 FPS. Looking good. Now I look at the windows, and we're down to 34 FPS. And you can see that first row, you can see a dip in the CPU usage there. You know, you can even they go up top to where we're looking at more windows. So again, CPU usage is kind of chilled. A little bump there for something. Now we look at all the windows, and you could even see it just slow down. Some of the CPU usage went down a little bit. Some of the cores. So basically nothing. Fine. And then look at everything else, and there's just less frames to process, so a little bit less CPU usage. So it just kind of depends. But kind of the opposite now, there's actually less CPU usage and the frames went higher. There was just less to actually process. So kind of depends on what's killing the FPS, basically. But you have yourself a good one there, Dutchy. Read what you wrote there. Don't be late for work, buddy. Thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate it. And the amount of RAM that the game is using. There's Hydroneer, 2.5 gigabytes of CPU RAM. CPU is using about 20% from what that says. Test Manager doesn't really read correctly. That's saying 20-some%. We're really in the teens. So, it's that. So, that's not really... This part's actually accurate. Exactly, man. See you next time as well, Dutchy. Thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate it, man. But everything else is basically being ran on the CPU. So we look at GPU 0, that's the CPU. GPU 1 is a 3070. So, yeah. Of course, the excavator build right there, that's the mining, and 76% of that is GPU. The other 12% is Hydroneer. So even mining, there's 100% there. Even mining on the GPU, the game is still able to run and do decent. Relatively. But now I could probably turn on CPU mining to get everything done up and everything. So as you can see, the CPU go burr. The main cores are going to be filled up, and the threads are basically going to start running everything else. So CPU, Hydroneer is still doing fine. It's actually only about a 74% load on the CPU. So 65 and 20, that's 85. So we're still 10% difference. Even though it says 100% here, and we're at 73% literally via this. This is the percentage that I've been reading off. Now we're at 80%, 79%. Even though this is 100%, it's not really true. Test Manager doesn't really give you exact CPU numbers. Everything else seems to be pretty spot on. That CPU stuff for some reason. That. So, CPU mining, basically while playing the game, things are a little bumpy and a little jerky, and we're getting about 3200 hash per second. Now, we can still do the game. The main thing would be turning around, and yeah, freaking slideshow for the most part. Get down here with the processing steps. Oh, we never turned that back on. Whoops. So we'll turn that shit back on. There we go. Now we're processing while CPU mining as well. And yeah. Super slow. and a water pause. So yeah, we're about 17 FPS, not great. Super slow. So basically, now I'll go over to Nice Hash Miner and turn off the CPU, and I'll get back in the game. Now we're in the 50s. And I forgot to go the performance part, so there we go. So, yeah. So, certain parts of the game, you're going to be affected pretty decently with CPU mining, because it's using the main cores that's being used to do the game. When you occupy those, everything gets bumped over to the other 8 threads, and there just really isn't that much left for the game to really use. My guess is because they don't run on the multi-threads very well, they run on the main cores, hence pure core gaming performance. That's why I went with the 9700K my first go around, and of course the 9900K the second time around for CPU stuffs. Mainly 8 cores to run the game and maybe 8 cores to run OBS. Sounds great. The 9700K is now running the stream. I will do something with it since it's not doing anything else. You know. Yes, the computer has been on for 17 days. The streaming computer has been on for 43 days. That. And basically 45% of the 9700K is being utilized right now. I think we're on this level, I don't know. Yep, there we are. Going down a shopping market aisles. Shopping aisle. So, yeah. Now, get a CPU that has a lot more cores. The game is still only going to use a certain amount of cores to run. Thought I forgot a window there. Your OBS program, your streaming program, is going to use a certain amount of cores as well. So that's why I think a lot of the big AMD and Intel CPUs that are having huge core numbers and huge thread numbers are able to do so much of an ease, because there's so many cores and threads to go around. They're like, hey, we could do this, we could do that, we could do a whole bunch of stuff, right? You know, good to go. So basically, games are getting used to running on 8 cores, 16 threads, if they're running on the extra threads. So they're good gaming CPUs, but then you add streaming into the mix, you're basically going to be using 1080p 30. You're going to be using at the least maybe 50% of 8 cores and 8 threads. So that's why my friend Jeremy, that uses a 5950X to game and stream off of, his CPU is at like somewhere in the teens for usage. The teens. Freaking awesome. While streaming and gaming. Because there's 16 cores, 32 threads for the computer programs to use. Hey. You know, and you could even be in 1440p 60 frames per second, which is even more taxing on OBS and your CPU. And the shit looks gorgeous and is awesome and is smooth. You know, so You know, it's not the GPU, because a lot of things are CPU bound. OBS, games, whatnot. Your frames per second on OBS, that's CPU bound. I go 1080p 60, that 9700K is using basically 95% of its usability. So at that point, you're pure CPU bound. So trying to do some games on the 9900K in stream with my OBS settings, say mine, because I have 8 scenes and there's a browser source on each one of those, meaning the stream overlay. So that shit takes CPU usage on every single scene, even though it's not being used. But they're all on, so when I switch scenes, the stream element stuff doesn't reset. That's why I say my OBS settings. Someone can say, oh, I can stream Icarus at, 4K 60 and, fucking works great. Oh, good for you. How many scenes you got rolling? How many browser sources? How many things do you have going on your stream as is? Oh, it's just the game. I don't have anything on there. I'm like, well, there you go. You have lesser hardware than me, and you're able to stream much higher resolution and FPS. You don't have that much more going on CPU wise from your OBS. That's why you're able to do it. Kudos, congrats. Now put my OBS settings into your computer and see how good you do. Oh man, this is fucking shit. There you go. So that's why I wondered, what, a 12900K do good for gaming and streaming, say Icarus, which is a very CPU intensive game, with my OBS settings, and to spend $800 to $1,000 to find out seemed a bit much. I could spend almost half of that and just power up my old motherboard and old CPU and get a capture card and a case to put everything in, and another CPU cooler, a little bit more RAM, some nicer fans for the case, of course. At least some that give a little bit better speed. Come on, in there. That way. And for under $600, they're able to get a dual computer up and running, where one can stream and one can game. So for almost half the price of, say, $1,000 CPU motherboard combo, you're gonna spend $600 on a CPU, spend a few hundred on the motherboard, do that CPU some justice, saying. But there was nothing concrete out there that was saying that a 12900K and a nice $400 motherboard was going to be able to do what I needed it to do. So now that OBS is not on the gaming computer, it's free to do whatever it wants now. That's nice. But as we saw when we tried to CPU mine and run dirt 72 T2s, it didn't really like it that much. So again, you gotta do what works. All there is. Now, is a 12900K and a 3070 overkill for this game? Fuck yeah. Would it be a great combination for gaming and streaming? Sounds like it, yeah. Mainly because a 12900K beats a 5950K in single and multi-thread benchmarks versus the 5950X. So if a 5950X can game and stream with, say, pretty decent OBS stuffs, then you're good. Yeah. Now the next Intel Gen, the 13900K, that's really going to be a nice CPU or power horse house, really, whatever, powerhouse. Mainly because it'll be 24 core, 32 thread. It will technically have more cores than the 5950X. It'll have 8 more cores. 5950X is 16 cores, 32 threads. 12900K is 16 core, 24 thread. Because there's 8 cores that don't have hyper-threading, single threading. Those are the E cores. They take care of your background processes. So your performance cores can focus on the big stuff on hand, like gaming. Go. Now I know... Cart. Hoping I can grab it. Try somewhere there. But yeah. So, literally, once again, do what works for you. Go from there. Shit simple. Oh, I forgot one. Oh. So, you could have the most beasts of a computer, but if the game is not optimized correctly, it's not going to matter. We've already had someone play this game and they had the same FPS problems, issues, with a 12900K and a 3090. Same issues. It's not the computer, it's the game. Literally. And Max knows that. So he's trying everything in his power to unleash the game engine so the bigger computers can really play the game really, really well. Now, it's not really so much the bigger computers, it's the little ones. So the little guys can play the game really, really well. They get into it like 20, 40 drills and their computer's going slow. It's like, what the fuck? That's your computer, it's a game. But your computer isn't able to handle, in a sense, what the game is able to offer at that point. The game engine and your computer is about cracking even. You know, if you only have 4 cores, 8 threads, and it only runs off of the main cores, then you only have 4 cores for the game to utilize. Not good. As we've seen with Task Manager up, the main 8 cores on my CPU are being utilized a lot more than the other 8 threads. Simple to understand. So, if you only have 4 cores, the game is only utilizing 4 cores. It's not utilizing enough cores because your computer doesn't have enough cores. So at that point, your computer is a bottleneck. So that's why there was like a 12900K and a 3090, and it was still having the same issues. You get a couple hundred drills, you're in the 20 FPS range because of all the entities, all the dirt, all the resources moving and everything. The game engine just can't handle it. It's not utilizing enough cores or enough threads to let the computer, let the engine do more. The engine's only utilizing so much. The computer, like, okay, well, it's like if you got a gallon of fuel in your car and it only utilized half the amount of cylinders. You step on the gas, it's like, well, this sucks. That was all my power. Same thing with how this game's sort of built and designed. It's only utilizing half the amount of threads on something that has 16 threads. It's only utilizing the main cores, not all the threads. He finds a way to get it to run off all the threads, 16 plus threads, that'd be great. Your 4-core, 8-thread CPUs will now start running the game a lot better because it can utilize 8 threads instead of 4 now. That's good. Lower end CPU or computer users will be happy. They'll definitely like that. Without a doubt. So, a lot more work needs to be done on the game, on the front end and the back ends. But it's kind of a catch-22. Do you spend 6 months and optimize the game? Or do you spend 6 months and bring out updates for the game and optimize it later? Because if you optimize things now and then bring out more content, you're going to have to try to optimize that again, or optimize that as well. It might be easier to say, okay, I've got a little roadmap of stuff I want to implement, and we'll optimize when that's done. So it just all depends what the owner has in mind. To me, I would not focus on content, I would focus on optimization, then do content afterwards. Because then when you bring out something new, you'll know what isn't optimized in a sense. Like, okay, we just introduced the hydro excavator and everything's not really working well with that, and we're back to low FPS and everything for people. So obviously something we did introducing the excavator kind of mucked something up. That should be a lot easier to pinpoint rather than introduce a bunch of things and then try to optimize a bunch of things. You already have your optimizing done for the game. You introduce something new, it runs like shit, now you just have to optimize that and that's it. Set yourself little goals versus a huge one down the road. Again, it comes back down to it's his game. Let him do it however he wants. We have to remember it's his game that we're playing. He's going to do things however he's going to do things. He's only one person. Does have to eat, shit, and sleep, like everybody else. You get a tiny bit burned out on stuff, hey. But some people only work 8 or 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. You get the weekend to chill out. You gotta do the same thing. You can't work 20-hour days all year round. He's gotta take some time for himself too. I already did that the other week or so, or last month. Went to Bali. Nice little vacation. That's awesome. Props. Kudos. That's awesome. Got some me time. Took a vacation. That's good. And now he's full swing back into the game and getting shit done, getting things, patched up, new things implemented, stop the water issue. Implemented continuous digging for the pickaxe, continuous locking for the construction hammer. He's doing stuff. and he has other people doing some stuff as well too. So not just him, but it's mostly him doing the coding. But he also has people helping him, like say how to code better or whatnot, stuff like that. It brought in some people before 2.0 to help him rewrite the game, and he had noticed so many things that he just wasn't doing correctly. Not wrong, it worked. It's just when you want to optimize it later on, it can work a little bit quicker and easier with the optimizing, rather than say having to rewrite, let's just say 20 lines of code. You maybe just have to rewrite 5. You know, I don't know. Spit numbers out. Just for the sake of the argument. You know, for discussion. So, if when you're rewriting a whole game, and you can then redo things to where they make it easier on you later on, then that's great. That's what you want. How good things really work, basically. Excuse me. But I always think it's funny when people are like, dude, you're gonna melt your computer down if you turn that on. I'm like, you guys don't understand how shit works, and that's okay. If there's less FPS, there's less for your computer to do. Your CPU builds the house, and your GPU paints the house. Not really sure why that's so hard to understand. So, if there's less frames per second for your CPU to build with, then there's less there for your GPU to do as well. There's only like 2 frames per second that your CPU and GPU have to work with. It's a lot less to do. I've used certain programs, Shotcut, Handbrake. Those things will stress out the computer and use every single thread to 100%. Mostly Shotcut. I'm just saying, that made my CPU work really, really hard, and actually took the temperature up to 95°C. That was cooking my CPU. This game, the engine will basically clog up first before your CPU even decides to want to get warm. Just saying. CPU temperature is about 47°C right now. Pretty nice. And CPU load is about 17%. It's not really working hard at all because there isn't much really going on at the moment. Even at around 60 FPS. There isn't that much for the CPU to do. So like right now we're looking at a bunch of windows at about 30 FPS. CPU is at about 18%. At 19%, now 20, now 17. There's really not much for it to do. Now we look at all the dirt, and we're almost 60 FPS, 58, 52. CPU is at about 15 or 22%, 16, 15, 17. It's still about the same, you know. And temperature is 43°C. It's actually cooler. There's just less for it to do, you know, to actually process. Just depends, you know. So less things having the computer to do, the less the CPU is going to overheat or do whatever, you know. And the wattage is about 57 watts, 48 watts. You know, I had 205 watts being used when I was using Shotcut and converting a file, and it took every single thread to 100%. That's when I got the 95C, and then I realized there was only one of my CPU fans actually turning because it unplugged at some point. That was nice. Got it plugged back in, did the same converting over. It was 94C. Not much of a difference. Good dude, you need water cooling. That only works good for 2 hours, and then you're right back where you were. Anyway, there was 205 watts being used. That made my CPU work. And every thread was at 100% like I was saying. So, when your CPU is actually doing a lot of work, yeah, it's going to get a workout. But when the game engine is the thing that's getting overloaded more than your computer, you're good. You're fine. I'd rather have the game engine take a shit on me than the CPU get bogged down with so much to do. I'd like it if the CPU would actually pick up when the game engine bogs down. But evidently, that's not how they design the game engines, which kind of suck. Max just has to find a way to do, like we were saying earlier, is not have collisions on items when they're not moving. Only when they're moving. But if I take a window and drop it, it's having some collisions, and when it's done moving, it's done doing the collisions. But there's still reading collisions in the world, and the more things you have, the more collisions, collision ranges or whatever you're having. And when you look at all those collisions, all these windows, we lose half our frames. Look at a lot less collisions, just wars, and we double our frames. Not a game developer, I'm not a coder, but I can understand common sense. But a lot of people would compare this game to Satisfactory because you're both building huge ass things. So how does Satisfactory get away with it? The things that you build in Satisfactory don't have collisions in the world, yet everything still works. That's how Satisfactory is able to build gigafactories, basically, and your performance is still good. Those collision things are gone. Max finds out a way to do that. He's got a damn good game on his hands. He just sold 500,000 copies recently. About $10 a piece? $5 million bucks. Pretty great. Minus whatever Steam takes. 30% or whatever? Sounds great. Still a chunk of fucking money. That's awesome. Wonder he went to Bali. I would too. Sounds like a great place. You make the game, you reap the rewards, you deserve to go on a vacation. Fuck yeah. Anyone in their right mind would do the same thing. So, and now that you're back from vacation, get your ass to work, and that's what he's been doing. He's been getting his ass to work. Trying to make the donuts. hydro donuts. Yeah. Water donuts. You can keep your water donuts. I'm good. Now, there are people that'll put donuts into milk. Tried that, but supposedly it's good, but power to you. But more so, finds a way to get those collisions out while things are in the truck or in the cart. Got it going on now. And more so when, say, they're all locked down, they don't have collisions. That would be great as well. Save time, man. The cart was around there somewhere. Not a lot of windows in there. Down here. Here and do that. Wait until I fall off the cart, basically. Great height. I mean, he's working on stuff with Windows. Working on some of the farming stuffs. Has a lot planned and it's gonna take some time. Already solved the water bug. Great. Generally when you bring out stuffs, new stuffs to the game, kinda don't work well with others. How it goes, it's Murphy's Law. Fix one thing, 3 other things break. Sucks. And it does sound like 1 step forward, 3 steps back, but how it goes at times. Big thing is, do you know how to fix it? Main thing. Oh, the old saying, anyone can do something, but if you don't know how to fix it when it breaks, it sucks. So that's why I see it with coding. You know, anyone can code, but something isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing, you know how to fix it. And when you do, those are the good developers. Those are the guys you want. Guys, gals, whatever. That's what Jeff on Gold Hunter does with his company during the studios. He'll even do it live on stream. It's like, okay, well, yeah, the batteries aren't working in the metal detector. Okay, let's dig into the program and fix it. Oh, yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be. Okay. Let's try this, put that there, do this, do that. Okay, and let's try it. Hey, the batteries are working in the metal detector. Awesome. Next. Basically, a lot of his streams. Implementing stuff, making sure it works. Upload it into an update. Then make sure that update works. See, what I would do is you could do a lot of stuff off stream for, say, a set update, and then publish that update as soon as you start your stream. So, yes, you could be working on other stuff, but during your, say, 8 or 10 hour stream, something in that new update kind of fails, meaning versus publishing an update at the end of your stream, at the end of your workday, publish it at the beginning of your workday. Publish it live, so one, people can give you feedback that day while you're still awake and doing stuffs, and you're able to be around to fix it. Versus, hey, you know, it's Friday, we're done for the week, put out a nice update, we'll be back Monday if anything fixed. In other words, if it crashes and bombs out the game and there's no more windows, there's no one around till Monday, people aren't gonna like that. They're gonna just give it a couple years until you're done with all the fucking updates, you know, and come back to the game. Because you're not gonna be around for support for the whole weekend. Yeah. Put the update out on a Thursday, spend all of Friday fixing the update and making sure everything works before you're off for the weekend. That would be a good way of doing it. If you're a small team and you can only be working Monday through Friday, cool. Maybe slap your updates on a Monday or Tuesday and spend the rest of the week making sure it works. Something. Oh. Yep. There we got some piles. We didn't even leave the claim yet. That's nice. Interesting. Yep. Grab the magnet out. Tag it. Just so happened the belt stopped right at that point, man. Yeah. Demo's been diverted. Done. Work. No water. Yeah. You know, everything's gonna sit wherever it's supposed to, and that's fine. Got the main thing. Right at the beginning of the nighttime there. Alright, more windows it is. That spot. Extra window there. Working pretty good. Nice. Now, if we pick up a window and put it back in, or put it into the cart, and we're not standing on the floor, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. No, we have to get up on something because you pick up a window halfway through the cart. Gotta jump up have to be higher. So yeah, kind of sucks.
Huh?
It would be nice if you went through every object, make sure you could slap it right into the cart. Mainly the cart, not so much the truck. That would be nice though. But I think it's easier to fill up a cart, put that cart in the truck, then drive wherever you're going. That'd be good. Crazy nose. See what that equals. I can just get up on here. Grab it. Nothing disappeared, so that's a bit easier. Okay, there's only 1,000. 200 some windows. Okay. 12,000. Guess we'll be able to turn kinda good. Walk over you. More vehicles coming soon. There. Vehicles. More vehicles coming soon. Plural. Lots of vehicles. What they're going to be? Don't know. I assume the excavator. After that, I have no idea. No clue at all. Truck stop bouncing. Really? But I was highlighting the cart, but if we're on the top floor or not, but we're on top floor. That way, huh? Like with the windows, found out if you basically try to look past where you're trying to put it, works out pretty good. And of course, it depends on how you have your scroll wheel set out and everything. You know. Got put some food away. That's nice.
Drown my head. Now know I love you. Had my sound. Now know I love you. Now know I love. Memories of you and me, times when we were young. The holes falling in one, nothing to overcome. Days go by and space is wide, and time will always try. But I think of you and we were young and feeling high. I miss you. I won't forget you.
Back in a few.
Always hold you. Nothing can stop me. Not even time. Not even time. I remember you running out.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that delay. Alright. Or a line on here, funnel will be done. Sure it wasn't a double window. Just enough windows. Good, good. Unsure. Hurt to try. Doesn't hurt to try.
I loved you hard like no one do.
600 weight? That's not.
Damn psycho with no shoes.
For next time.
But you could just not stop the filthy little lies.
7 mil.
I would have killed for you, and now I wanna die.
0.4 mil. Bye-bye. Money wise. Concerned about the weight. We have enough iron for weights for buying stuffs. Turn up. Well, 20s. Setting good. Get going, folks. Food, get some sleep. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys coming out for tonight. Much, much appreciated. As always. Looking a lot. Oak this. Toggle them out. See everything. Higher up here. Everything. Seems alright. Camera mode makes the thumbnails just a little bit brighter, not so dark. Can't even see the exactly progress is going. See the cart down there because we have a bunch of blowers. Run up the 2 funnels up today, not bad. Mainly because all the piping work stuff's done. I gotta put in the T1 piping. It takes like 10 minutes. It's really not that long. You just need the T-pipes. Okay. The T2s that take a bit of time, so I wanted to use one stream and just basically nail those out, get going, you know. You almost wonder if say from here, whoop, yeah, better shot. Totally. I was thinking of something with all the pipes going, but other than the windows going off to the sides, it doesn't really show how many funnels you have, but you have all the piping work there. It is just one. But technically up here, you don't really the piping anymore because we're over it now. But still see the piping there. Okay. So that you joined voice chat and then left. Gotcha. Yeah, but on streamer mode, so I don't hear the ba-ding, 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 ba-ding. I hear that on people's stream, and I think something on my Discord, you know, someone sent me a message or something, and I look and I'm like, damn it, put your shit in streamer mode. Streaming. But we'll get the windows up next time, and obviously T1 pipes. We'll start blowing some more dirt and making 5 more funnels. Or we can load up 72 more T2 drills on the second funnel left and turn on 3 funnels worth of 72 T2 drills per funnel. Over 144 and 72 is 200 something, obviously. 110, maybe 220 something. It might take us down into the low 10s FPS, but with the water lag, it will kind of not be that. It just kind of depends. Do a normal save here and save and return the menu. For saves, day 23, backup 1, fresh. So just backup 1. So technically, yep, 220. Okay, it's saved on that. Cool. That's what I was kind of hoping, because if you were to press continue and you start from here, load save, it could basically take us right back where we were. I like to check stuff just before you go to things, and sure enough, there's everything saved. More so because I started from basically from this one here versus starting from a backup. If you look, there's day 23 and then day 23 backup. Obviously these are not backups, but that's a backup there. And it'll just show basically one backup, one word of backup there, so I said it even highlights it. To me, when game designers put that little bit of extra effort into it, that's nice. So if you start from, say, a standard game save name and you return back to main menu, well, to save to desktop, it should save your main game save. I think if while you're in the game and you just normally save, I think that does a backup. Kind of like the autosave is my guess. Because there isn't a separate one for the autosave. Not with here. Because these are from date modified, not date created. So this one's obviously the more recent at 2:21 a.m. And of course, if we look down at day 23, even though it says 1:13 a.m., maybe that's the autosave. That's actually 6:19 at 1:13 a.m. That was quite a while ago. But if we look at the player stuff that's here, 6:25 at 2:21 a.m., that's basically the same date as that because we did a normal save, then we did a save back to menu. Always good to know that. And basically, for day 24, I'll go in and that backup save I'll call day 24, and then I'll load up from that. I know it's a weird way of doing it, but if that's one way you can basically keep a progress of your saves, and something went wrong during one of the saves, you can go back to where it was working correctly and kind of find out where you maybe messed up or something, relatively. But I'm gonna get going, guys. Have yourselves a great one. The 70 lining away. Picture from today.
You handed me the photograph, but I don't even see your face. Oh, where have you brought me now?
I always want to type funnel, F-U-L-L-E-N. Fingers are dyslexic.
But I don't even know myself. Oh, how cool.
It's at a 15th. Oh, shoot. Two funnel. Funnel. And just or T1 piping. Yeah. So that looks good from Steam, so that's 500,000 Hydroneers from all of us at Foul Ball Hangover. Better than a football hangover. I have to say I don't do reviews, but I very seldom do reviews because 99% of the games that are out are always never finished. Unless they bring out a second version of the game, then obviously the first one would be finished. Nobody cares about a review because they're already wanting to play the second one. Yeah. So we got 3 thumbs ups on this. Comments? Okay. But yeah, without the floors there, you can see a lot of the pipes. There you go. Trigger steam for 9th out of 15th. T1 and T2 funneled down. Getting there. Gotta add a couple cartfuls worth of windows onto there, and then detonate the rest of this dirt. Been there for quite some time. Now again, getting back into this stage, if say we have to redo it, is not that hard. We kind of know, you know, where we need to do stuffs and how to do it and whatnot. It basically just can't even see it from here, but get up on one of these, we'd be able to see slightly. Is 198 T1 drills. But the downfall is you start a fresh save, you want Cloutium, you're going to have to get some drills in the dirt. And at Ember Cradle, you can only get so many there, so that kind of sucks. So basically, that's an odd name. Anyway, get a whole bunch of T1 drills, get them in the dirt, get that Cloutium going, and do it on one of the new claims. Basically, earn enough to just buy one of these claims, and basically just start putting a lot of T1s, because you only need iron for the T1 drills, and just put a lot of T1 drills. You can put them all over here while you're taking this out. However, you just basically need, you know, a good 8 squares deep, 7, to get a lot of the T1 drills down as low as they can, so they can pump out the Cloutium that you need, versus a lot of us building up into the sky to get the T1, the Cloutium from the T1 drills. Because the 0.6 update, which is going to take a while to do. I don't know how long, whenever it's done, to get your Cloutium out of the dirt, because you won't be able to get it above the dirt anymore. Now, you clear dirt, you put a dirt glob underneath the T1 drill, as long as the T1 drill is below the main portion of the game, you're good. They're just talking below square 1 and down is where you're going to get the Cloutium in the dirt of the claim. You build above where the claim is, no Cloutium. That. But I will catch up with you guys later on. Thank you guys for coming out. I do appreciate it. And I will catch you next time. You guys have a good, great one. Mouse here. I'll catch you guys later. Again, I will over appreciate you more than not enough, so appreciate you guys coming out, chilling, hanging, talking, conversing, listening. Yeah, boy, about computer crap. You guys have a good, great one. I love you all. Bye-bye.